Can you hear me in the back? Gentleman with the red shirt on, right at almost the back. Can you hear me, sir? If so, wave. Thank you. Thank you for being part of our sound check today. Very important job. So, the City of Parksville recognizes the people of the Coast Salish Nations and their traditional territory upon which we gather with gratitude. I'd like to call the public hearing for Monday, November 18th, 2024 to order. This public hearing is being convened pursuant to Section 464 of the Local Government Act to consider the proposed Plan Parksville Amendment Bylaw 2024 number 1492.8 and Zoning and Development Amendment Bylaw 2024 number 2000.151. At this public hearing, any person present who believes that his or her interest in property is affected by the proposed bylaws shall be given an opportunity to be heard on the matters contained in the proposed bylaws. However, it is important that all who speak at this public hearing restrict their remarks to matters contained in the bylaws. And it is my responsibility as chair of this hearing to ensure that all remarks are so restricted. Those of you who wish to speak concerning these proposed bylaws should, at the appropriate time, commence your address to council and public hearing by clearly stating your name and address for the record. Then you may give us the benefit of your views concerning the proposed bylaws. It should be noted, this public hearing is being recorded and web streamed live, and the recording will be posted to the website. The main function of council members today is to listen to the views of the public. It is not a function of council at this public hearing to answer questions or debate the merits of the proposed bylaws with individual citizens. The public is also expected not to ask questions of staff. Everyone who deems their interest in property to be affected shall be given the opportunity to be heard at this meeting. No one will be or should feel discouraged or prevented from making their views known. If you wish to provide a written submission to be included in the record of the public hearing, you must hand in that submission to the corporate officer prior to the close of this part of the public hearing dealing with the bylaw you are speaking to. Once that part of the public hearing has been adjourned, council is not able to receive any information from the public on that matter. The corporate officer is off to my right, your left, against the wall there. And if you have any submissions, please drop off with Ms. Weeks on the way out after you've made your presentation to the microphone. During a public hearing, sometimes people will become enthusiastic or emotional. So regardless of whether you favor or oppose any particular application or argument, please refrain from applause or other expressions of emotion. Restraint enables others whose views may or may not coincide with your own to exercise their right to express their views, and enables all views expressed to be heard in a setting that is impartial as possible. For each bylaw, there will be 3 calls for speakers. Given the high turnout today, there will be a 2-minute time limit for each speaker during the first call and a 1-minute time limit for the second and third calls. If you have already spoken during the first call, we ask that you refrain from speaking again until everyone has had at least one opportunity to speak. After you have spoken, we ask that you follow staff direction and return to your seat or exit the council chambers to the atrium if you do not have a seat. I will now ask Amanda Weeks, Corporate Officer, to introduce the first item on the agenda, Bylaw 1492.8. Ms. Weeks.
Thank you. So the first item, as you noted, is Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw 2024, number 1492.8. This proposes to change the future land use map designation from the community use and tourist commercial designations to the multi-unit residential designation at the property located at 1225 Franklin Skull Road, legally described as Lot B, District Lot 125, and Block 564, Nanus District Plan EPP 54585. As well, in general terms, the purpose of the proposed amendment to the OCP is to adjust the existing development permit areas to encompass the full extent of the subject property at 1225 Franklin Skull Road. As of 9 a.m. on Monday, November 18th, approximately 178 total submissions, including one petition, were received in response to this application, with 130 individual signatories clearly in opposition and 37 clearly in support, and two did not specify clearly whether in support or opposition. Duplicate or multiple submissions from the same individual are counted only once, either in favor or opposition.
Thank you, Mrs. Weeks. So now we can get down to business here, folks. And I'm assuming you're not all here for the Christmas event, the cookies and carols that we have. That's a couple weeks away, but if you are, we'll try and find some cookies in short order if you'd really like some. So welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for taking part of this public process. And we'll get going right away. We have a few people here, so I'm not sure how many is going to speak, but we'll get it going right away here. So anyone who considers their interest in the property to be affected by the proposed bylaw to come forward to the microphone and give their name and civic address for the record, the Plan Parksville Amendment Bylaw 2024, number 1492.8. I'll ask for your name and civic address, and I will invite anyone to come to the microphone now. And when you get to the microphone, you see that the light is on red on the microphone here. If you reach down to the little arrow there, as Sarah just took care of, it will come on automatically. So carry on. Carry on, sir. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Tom Roy.
Yeah, it's just through the microphone.
My name is Tom Roy.
Yes, and I'll just explain quickly for those I forgot to mention. One of our councillors is zooming in. Councillor Grenz is zooming in.
Okay.
So it's very careful that you speak directly into the microphone and get up as close to the microphone as you can, because he's hearing from, well, actually, it looks like he's out in front of the city hall right now.
Hi.
But I guess there's no seats left for him, but he's here. So if you speak clearly, that would be appreciated.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Start again, sir.
Okay. So I just want to,
Tom Roy.
Tom Roy, and my address is 111 Wallace Street.
Thank you.
I am the president of the Parksville Alliance Housing Society. And we are today trying to represent this project for workforce non-market housing that is to be built on city-owned land. We have completed all the studies required by the city planners and engineers, and no issues have been presented. We have received pre-development funding from BC Housing, so they also feel that this is a viable project. Most of the concerns that we have heard from people who are opposed to this project revolve around transportation. I would like to confirm that 80% of eligible tenants can make over $80,000 per year and will likely own their own vehicle. The building includes underground parking for tenants in our existing also, I would like to point out in our existing low-income family housing complex, which is on Morrison Street, 18 of the 20 families have a vehicle and they have their own parking spot. So that's not really a problem. These new tenants of ours are already residents of Parksville, but are living in accommodations that cost well over 50% of their income. BC Housing defines affordable housing as housing that costs no more than 30% of a person's gross income. I believe that there are thousands of residents of Parksville that did not feel they needed to be here well, I don't know, maybe not, to be here today because they heard this council say that there is a need for affordable housing and voted for you in the last election. I want to thank you for your continued support in the efforts of Parksville Alliance Housing Society to provide affordable housing for everyone in our community, from seniors to young families. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Tom. Next, please. Good afternoon and welcome. Your name and.
Good afternoon. My name's Julie Gibbler. I live at 1352 Salt Spring Place in Parksville. And I thank you for your time today. The Parksville Mayor and City Council have already received adequate notice opposing this building proposal. In late July, I provided all of you with a letter expressing my own opposition to this building, including the many reasons for my opinion. This letter was also accompanied by a petition with over 120 signatures and addresses of neighboring Parksville citizens who share my opposition and wanted their voices heard. Many of them are here today, and we are still in strong opposition to this proposal because it's in the wrong location and it will not meet the needs of the people who will be occupying it. The citizens who most need better city planning for their unique housing needs. Specifically, there are many social and safety issues that must be seriously considered and successfully addressed in order to better meet the needs of the current Parksville housing crisis. This location is not suitable for the project that's proposed. There are no essential services and amenities nearby this location for the residents who would occupy this building. Parksville City Center is almost 4 kilometers away. There are no nearby grocery stores, pharmacies, banks, healthcare services, or gas stations. So occupants that do not have a car will be having to rely on walking, biking, or using public transportation to get to town. At the present, there are no safely designated sidewalks and bike trails into Parksville along Island Highway East into Parksville until beyond the Orange Bridge at Englishman River. Nor is there a current official city plan to rectify this at this time. This poses a significant safety issue for those without a car living in this location. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Next, please.
Maybe afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Michael Sherbo, 1332 Salt Spring Place, Parksville, BC.
Sorry, Mike, if you can just repeat your name for it.
Sorry, Michael Sherbo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, for your time to speak here today. We'd like to say that we are collectively support non-market housing. Our objection to this project is basically the cliche in real estate: location, location, location. Our objection, threefold. From the perspective of the people living in the building, our view is that it's located miles from any of the services, so you will need a car. Groceries, banks, healthcare, including pharmacies. Further, it's a high traffic area. In fact, it's on a highway. So if you're having families there, the highway is where the kids will be walking. Finally, the location has no sidewalks, making walking dangerous, especially for children. From the Lions Club perspective, I did hear your comments. So from the Lions Club perspective, my understanding is it wasn't their first location, their first choice of a location. And from what I've researched, all their other projects are within the city limits and close to services. Finally, from the prospect of the city council or city of Parksville, the location requires a zoning change as well as several variances. We would say to you that this location under the current zoning and in its location could be put to medical services building, which would give us all an opportunity to get a primary care provider, which thousands of Parksvillians do not have. So for all these reasons, we believe the project, while needed, is located in an area or in a location that will make it be a thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Next, please.
I'm Jim McKinley and I live at 1340 Salt Spring Place. The Parksville OCP was approved in 2013 and has been amended 5 times since, but a full review and update has never been completed. Provincial regulations require that the OCP and zoning bylaw be updated every 5 years. Successive councils have failed to fulfill this requirement. Instead, spot zoning through amendments has become the preferred technique for modifying them to meet developer requests. Between January of 2022 and June of 2024, Council has approved 16 different rezoning requests that fell outside of the OCP. That's an average of one request every 2 months. The current planning guidelines have to be amended that frequently. Does it not seem obvious that the guidelines need to be rewritten? Chapter 5 of the OCP states that lands for multi-unit residential use are to be located near transit routes, public amenities and services, and commercial or mixed-use areas. This location certainly does not meet this requirement. Chapter 10 of the OCP outlines 7 criteria to be used by Council in considering any request for amending the OCP. Of those 7 criteria, only 2 could receive a positive response regarding this proposal. Yes, there is a need for affordable housing in the city, and yes, there is a high level of community support for the Lions Housing Society initiative to provide affordable housing, but not at this location. That point was made loud and clear at the public information session held on July 24th, which was reported to the Planning Department's report to Council on October 21st. Others have spoken about this project, and we support the need for the project, but we want it to be in a good location. A good project in a poor location easily becomes a poor project. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff, gallery. My name is Zoe Kirk and I live at 205 Jensen Avenue East. I am an example of a Parksville Lions Housing Society tenant. I wouldn't be able to live here without the support and subsidized housing. Now, I've heard lots about the transit issues and I've heard lots about the recreation area, but I disagree. I don't own a car.
Zoe, if you could face the microphone. for the
I
benefit.
don't own a
Thank you.
car, so I have to cycle or take transit everywhere. I'm out there all the time by transit. I go both to Nanaimo, I stop at Serious Coffee, I'm a quilter, I'm at Sweet Pea Quilting. There to me is no barriers for transit. And in fact, if the unit is built, then it will also help to push forward for more of those things like sidewalks and green space areas. That location is perfect for recreating. If you were in anywhere else in Canada and said that you could be within a kilometer of a world-renowned beach to take your children or to recreate in the RDN trails or out at Top Bridge. Yes, location is never perfect. We've all been around long enough to know always somebody is going to have a complaint. But I do support Parksville Lions Housing Society because they manage the tenants, the building envelope, and they're here for the long term. They're not building something and leaving. Our rents stay here. All of their management dollars stay here. And then it provides a place for people that need a home, that want to live and work here, but can't afford housing to at least get a start. So I'm definitely in favor of this proposal.
Thanks, Zoe. Next, please.
My name is Anne Marie Lafleur, and I live at 363 Morrison in Parksville. Let me start by saying that I sympathize with City Council as they wrestle with this decision, and I also want to show my appreciation for the various groups that have mobilized over this, both in support and in opposition to this project. This kind of healthy debate is important in a democracy. I want to add my vote to an amendment of the official community plan and zoning bylaw to permit this project to proceed. I agree with those who are opposed to the project in that the location is not ideal. And yes, it's not close to services and facilities. But for many people, that is not important. Look at all the people who live in Whiskey Creek. Not to slam Whiskey Creek, but it is isolated. But who is to say that there will never be services and facilities close to this housing project as our community is changing rapidly? There's also the argument about the benefits of a mixed community, residential buildings in an industrial area and how it can make for a safer community. When there are people around at night and on weekend in an industrial area, it provides security and residents have a vested interest in a safe neighborhood. The important factors are that the land is available, the Alliance Housing Society is willing to take this on, the money is available, and the need is great. I do not agree with the argument that it is poor planning to amend the OCP and zoning bylaws, as those should be living documents that are reviewed and amended as needed to meet the changing needs of our community. There has been a lot of construction of new housing in Parksville lately, but most of it has been housing on the high end of the rental scale, and many cannot afford those high rents, even with 1 or 2 roommates. This is about compromise, and I support the amendment of the official community plan and zoning bylaw to get this project going. We need affordable housing now. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne Marie.
Timing, huh?
Good timing. Next.
Hi, my name is Scott Harrison, number 215-440 Schley Place, Qualicum Beach. I just want to speak to the facts about some of the concerns I read in the public about this project. One was about water use. The water use, if folks are interested, you can send me an email. I'm not bound by this public hearing because I'm on a different council, but there's provincial groundwater well data that I could provide you that shows that this isn't really a limitation in terms of water use. This project isn't going to have an adverse impact in terms of that particular piece of infrastructure. In terms of public transportation, transit routes can be amended at any time. So the RDN controls public transportation. If there's a need for a bus stop in closer proximity, that can be provided through the RDN. Is actually be quite reasonable given the location. In terms of some of the other issues, I remember when I was door knocking at Kiwanis Village in Qualicum Beach, which is a much older and quite frankly lower income project than this, and every single house had at least 1 car. Might just be Qualicum Beach, but I think it's pretty common that in this area, even in below market housing, you will find people have a beater, but they have a car. In terms though, I think of first principles, I really think the quality of life in our region is intricately bound to work that's being provided by people who don't get paid very much for what they do. And the cost of rent in the market today, when you're just looking for a place to rent, if you go on Craigslist, it's insane. It's $1,500 for a 1-bedroom, maybe $1,300 in some of the smaller units, but it's quite expensive. As such, I strongly urge you to support this project. If this was being done in my community, I'd be supporting it. But my council has decided not to advance anything this term, which to our shame. But I think at the end of the day, this is about helping people in your community to ensure that the quality of life that you enjoy in terms of small businesses being able to be open more than 5 or 6 hours a day, 4 days a week, which happens a lot in Qualicum Beach. This will contribute to the greater good. And while there are some reasonable concerns that have been raised, I do think they can be addressed within the context of still approving this project. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Scott. Next, please.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Mitchell and I live at 574 Duggan Lane. I am here just to say that I totally support the concept of this project. It's well known, the need is great. What I am concerned about and cannot support is a one-off amendment to the OCP for Parksville. The gentleman 5 speakers before me was eloquent in stating the issues. But again, I really encourage the council to look at recreating and reconsidering the OCP and the total needs on a projected basis for what our community needs. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Next, please.
Thank you, Council. My name is Neil Rowley. My address is 1348 Salt Spring Place in Parksville. I don't think anyone really is objecting to any principle of affordable housing. It's a very complex issue that needs to be addressed. This is, however, a very strong objection to the location and the amendment process. Spoken to earlier by other people and addressed to council. There is a myriad of issues in placing this housing project in this location being presented to council. Schools, resources and services has been mentioned before. Rather than fitting any updated community plan, the city planner's report, January the 12th, merely provides questionable, misleading narrative on its location that suits the end goal requirement to get it passed. More importantly, the city includes a huge caveat with far-reaching implications. And I quote, an incremental OCP amendment application may inform future comprehensive OCP review and update as it pertains to the subject lands. If passed, the council opens the use of this subsidized housing project as a frame of understanding for all future development from Highway 19 Gateway to the resort area and up to the Orange Bridge at Englishman River. Therefore, updating the OCP as well as a transportation plan should be a priority due to the ramifications. It would also seem prudent long-term municipal governments and provide clarity on the council's intentions. Is affordable housing not worth the time of prudent planning and the investment of some of the city's capital resources? Providing this should be completed by December 21st,
Thank you, Neil.
2025. Thank you.
If you have more, you can come back on the second
I
round.
will. I have notes and I will leave them too.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Barry Tuck from 1335 Parkhurst Place.
This is Barry.
Barry,
you.
Barrytuck.
Thank you.
I appreciate very much the City of Parksville addressing low-income housing in general, and I think overall doing a good job. I sincerely have gratitude towards the Lion Society, Housing Society for addressing an obvious need in our community and many others. Lots of different amendment discussions have been discussed here, but what I haven't heard anything of is safety of the highway. There is a very busy highway that people exit from at high rates of speed, even though the speed limit says don't do that. Of course, that's one of the RCMP's hot spots for catching people coming off. Northwest Bay Road, when it was extended for our development, brought up a four-way stop. I can tell you by many a time walking our pets and just walking in general, that people are not using that as a four-way stop. So it's nice to say that, yes, bus lines can be changed. It can be nice to say that lights can be changed, et cetera, but that should be done before something is approved. Because at this point, if you are having children, cars or not, there is no place for them to play. So they're going to be on that sidewalk. They're going to be on that road. They're going to be crossing those four-way stops and the lights. And I'm concerned about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. Next, please.
Leanne Bader, 1326 Parkhurst. I would just like it noted for the record today that my property is directly behind where the proposed development would be. And while I would welcome new neighbors to the area, I have to speak against this today because I fear for all of the concerns everyone has brought up so far, but also because we are directly behind it and the way our home was designed and built in that neighborhood, we're going to lose our privacy. The 4 stories, they will look directly into our bedroom, living room, kitchen. And for those reasons, as well as everything else that's been spoken on today, I just can't support the housing in that location, though I would support it if it didn't. As I've said, thank you.
Thanks, Leanne. Next, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Grant Foster. I live at 1329 Parkhurst Place.
That's
Just-
Graham or Grant?
Grant,
Thank you.
just across the street from Leanne, in fact. I'm opposed to the amendment for the bylaw on zoning development. And for all the reasons that have been mentioned so far, the impact on potential tenants of the building, but also looking at it from the perspective of those who live in the Parkhurst subdivision. what we're looking at, just for context, is that my house looks directly toward the property in question. And it's a small lot that you're putting a fairly large building on. In fact, the footprint for this building, it really takes up all the space available according to the bylaws under the proposed amendment. The fact is that that small footprint for the building has caused the architect to have to build upwards, putting the parking below on ground level and then the 3 residential floors above. The end result of that is that it has boosted the height of that building to close to 15 meters. And that means that the sight lines directly from that building, from the windows and balconies on that building, are looking directly into the Parker subdivision. So that means the folks who are living on Parker's Place, whose rear of their homes faces the building, what that means for them is, as Leanne pointed out, a loss of privacy. The sight lines are going to be right into their patios, their living rooms, their bedrooms, just because of the way those houses were oriented. Now, the builders did.
Thank you,
Okay,
Grant.
I'll come back.
Sure, we'll be here. Next, please.
I'm back again. My name's Julie Gibbler. I live at,
Sorry, for first-time speakers only? Yeah, we have to make sure we have all first-time speakers
Okay.
first, and then I'll call for
Okay, I'll
second-time
come back.
speakers.
okay, thanks.
Thought I recognized you. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Garland, 258 Hickey Avenue in Parksville. And just want to put it into context, obviously make sure we understand. We like Fraser Crane, we are listening. And we've heard some of the issues that residents have expressed already. Just to put into context though, there are 550 people, homes that live in that immediate area. So we can just kind of frame it a wee bit. The location, we're very grateful to the city. That was the land that was available. Ironically, as it turns out, the water and sewer, which the council had an opportunity of getting some feedback from a consultant last month, shows that actually we can accommodate 100 additional units, residents in this particular area of the city, which means that there's no additional cost to taxpayers other than the usual just getting access to water and sewer for that location. So we're adding 36 out of a basically surplus of 100 without requiring any further basically infrastructure upgrades. I took the time today as well. I did find out there are actually children living in that area already. And I also was able to confirm with Qualicum School District that there is a school bus that actually passes that particular point. Also, BC Transit has advised that there is a bus stop at that location as well. Security concerns that have been raised. One of the things I do on the side, I do a little bit of work with the RCMP through crime prevention, through environmental design. This will actually make the neighborhood safer as well by having another set of eyes for the museum next door, as well for the commercial and local residents. I'll be glad to come back if there's other questions that are raised, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Michael. Next, please.
I've never talked to the council before, so this is kind of unnerving. Louise Sosa, I live in Qualicum at 850 Flamingo, but I also have a rental place in Parksville. One of the things I've a long over 30-year resident, and wherever anybody tries to put any housing in, there's always so many people that are not in my backyard. And we really need to help these people. People have voiced concerns about being close to the highway. Well, there happens to be 2 schools that are actually located right on that highway. So a fence and the kids do stay on the other side. Plus there's other kids in that area. I've noticed since the big influx of people in the last 5 years to our community that the prices for rentals have skyrocketed. And this is really making it impossible for people to have affordable housing. Maybe it's not the perfect location, but wouldn't it be great if we did this one and then another one that was the perfect location? I really think, being Canadian, we need to help each other out, and this is helping people. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Elise. Next, first-time speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Tom Howdo. I live at 1695 Brentwood Street. This is a new experience for me. I've never addressed a council like this. I'm strongly opposed to this amendment. I live in the area. I see what goes on in the area. When I look at this, I can't think of a worse location to have a residential complex surrounded by 3 roads, busy roads, no services, difficulty getting into town, services such as medical, grocery. We're talking an intended population of everybody from retired to young families living in this building. Childcare. How can old people, like retired, very, very old people, you're saying elderly, use public transportation, access services? The other thing that really bothers me is it seems that this site is chosen just for expediency's sake. Right in the paper, it says, required too much infrastructure for the society's budget to use another site. So really, this site has really been chosen just because sewer and water is available at low cost. Low cost does not make a successful project. A successful project is one that meets the needs of the people who are going to be living in this building. And I don't think this site will meet the needs of those people at all. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Don. Next, first-time speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Spish Legowski. I live at 1332 Parkhurst Place, and I've lived there since the beginning of this year. I bought the property knowing that not knowing there was going to be this potential building coming up. But apart from that, I do agree there should be plenty of these rooms around, but this is not the right place. This intersection there on Main Highway is number 5 in the local area of high accident traffic. That is a major concern now. What's it going to be like with another 20, 30 people coming in and out on a daily basis? There'll be a lot more traffic. There'll be noise pollution, light pollution. You're cutting down trees. I don't mind the trees, but are you going to put them back? I should be looking, or they'll be looking straight over our house. We live next door to one of our neighbors who was on earlier. The idea is good, but it's just the wrong place. Wrong place for a good idea, but put it somewhere where people can get at it, not out where we are. They're talking about just now, there's plenty of water, but then you're going to be developing the Heritage Centre. You know, what are you going to do there? It's the wrong place, and that's all there is to it. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, first-time speaker, please.
Hello, my name's Penny Rowley, 1348 Salt Spring Place. There was just an interesting note made that there is plenty of water. Every year we have water restrictions, and I'm just interested there'll be no more water restrictions, as there is plenty of water available for all the development that's going on down the highway. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Penny. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Shirley Sterlinger, and I live at 212 Lodgepole Drive. And I'd like to address the issue of sightlines. My neighborhood is largely patio homes, one story, etc. However, in behind me, I have a two-story house whose kitchen looks directly into my yard and into my kitchen and family room. It bothers me not one iota. The fact that people can look at me. If they want to look at me, fine. I mean, I'm an old lady. I have nothing of interest to look at.
Thank you, Shirley. Next first-time speaker, please. Could I have the next first-time speaker? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeanette Sarar. I live at 1332 Salt Spring Place. I was watching the water report on the Zoom TV, and I have a question about it. I thought they recommended a reservoir update. Is that correct?
We can't answer questions at this time, Jeanette. We're just listening to you at this point. You don't have to listen to us.
I thought they had recommended that. Also, when we're talking about water, available water, it all depends on if we have drought or not. Filling our reservoirs, we all know we've had a lot of drought. It seems to be, 3 years ago it was horrific, and it's continued to be. Also, I'd like to mention the traffic going over the Orange Bridge. When you're coming into town, like I did today to this meeting, it was bumper to bumper. We had road construction, I know, but normally when I come in, there's unbelievable traffic at certain hours because there is no infrastructure to support the bottleneck at the Orange Bridge. So you're developing a lot before the Orange Bridge. And I did go to the transportation meeting and nothing had been addressed from the Orange Bridge over. And I also understand there is no proposed development to the Orange Bridge for another 10 years because it's not owned by Parksville. I'm not sure if my points are perfect, but I have listened to the mayor and had conversations with him about what to do. So I got a lot more involved, went to a lot more meetings, as you can tell by my voice. I'm probably not a good speaker, but I'm doing my best. So I do not support the location of this project.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Hi, Sean Beatty, 232 Dunbar Way. Real simple, wrong location. Good idea. Next.
Thank you for your brevity. Appreciated. Next.
My name is Pat Crompton and I live at 1242 Saturna Drive. And I agree that it's a wonderful idea. We need these developments, but I am totally against it. I'm very concerned. It's been mentioned a little bit, but I'm very concerned about the safety of any children who might be living there. As has been said, it's a very busy area. People speed along that Northwest Bay Road, and coming out of Craig Bay, turning right, you don't want to get up a lot of speed. You know you're going to stop up there. It's frequent to have somebody charging up the back of you, pushing you to try and go faster. And if there's nobody in front to slow you down, there's a lot of traffic that speeds around there. Where are children going to play? There's nowhere for them that is safe. Highway 19A is extremely busy. It's a dangerous junction anyway, and we're going to be adding a lot more traffic to it. So on the principle of location, it is just not the right place. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Pat. Any more first-time speakers? One's on the way. Thank you.
Hello, Council, and I'm the other half. That was Pat Crompton. I'm Peter Crompton, 1242 Saturna. One thing I haven't heard mentioned today, and I'm not certain of my accuracy on this, but my understanding is that from that development down to the beach, there is a trail and the public use it if they know about it. I'm certain that children who want to do something in that development will want to go down that trail. And that wouldn't be a problem if it was a public trail. But my understanding is that that trail belongs to the residents of Craig Bay. It's part of our strata. And we, if that is correct, will be held responsible for anything that goes wrong. I think that's something that needs to be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Any other first-time speakers, please? Okay, thank you. I can ask for if there's any other first-time speakers, if you could line up in here, right beside where the stairs are, and that way I can see you before going to the next stage. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead, sir.
My name's Philip Howell, 1409 Crofton Place in Parksville. I think this is a good project, but it's definitely in the wrong place. And one thing I don't think has been mentioned enough is if there's children and families here, where do they play? They've already talked about 19A, Northwest Bay Road. There's a lot of traffic. But going down that path down to the beach, there's also a big piece of open property there, and it's a heritage land. It's owned by the provincial government. There's to be no playing, running of dogs loose, no park benches, no flying of kites on that property. Who's going to police that? There's no parking down there too to have access. That's all Craig Bay property. There's no parking. So who's going to police that in the parking? People want to park down there, play on that land. That heritage land is there by the government. It's an Indigenous burial site. And Craig Bay, we are very cognizant of that fact. We don't play on that. Who's going to police this, and where are the children going to play? They're going to play down in the water, young children playing by the water, unattended? It's a concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Albert.
Standing.
Oh.
Look at that. There it is. My name is Albert Ruel. I live at 702 Ironwood Avenue in Parksville. I guess you might have guessed I'm one of those people who don't have a car. I want to drive, and I'm hoping that Elon Musk will fix that. But at any rate, I just want to say that I think minding our own business might be a good place to start. I will always get to where I want to be, not because it's convenient or accessible or all that feasible. I will always get to where I want to be because I want to. I think this housing complex, we've talked about traffic. Good heavens, nobody gets run over because it's busy. They get run over because they're not paying attention. So a busy street is not a dangerous street unless you're sleepwalking. So the project is a good project. It's necessary. We need to have it. And please, folks will get to work if they've got a job. They'll get their kids to school if they've got school-age kids. They will get to a park and they will get to places to play, and they will be safe. You stay safe, and the rest of us will keep ourselves safe. Thank you.
Thanks, Albert, for your perspective. Thank you. Next first-time speaker, please. Good afternoon.
It's Blaine Sebos, 659 Morrison in Parksville. I'm here on behalf of the Parksville Qualicum Beach Tourism Association. We were one of the organizations that provided a written support for this project. And we've actually been working with the Lion Society to help them on this project, and have had numerous conversations about how we might be able to support it. I think one of the things that needs to be addressed is that this is a workforce housing project, and that's how it's being positioned. And the reason for it is that we have a large workforce that is right next door on Resort Drive, not only on Resort Drive, but in the industrial area. So I don't know what the census says, how many people are actually working in that area, but I'm guessing that there's probably 1,000 people that work in that general vicinity that could really, and there could be in almost every resort in that area, every business is short-staffed. So having this opportunity to live and work right by where their place of work is I think it's very important. So that's a positive on the location, because it would support people who could probably walk or ride their bike without facing much traffic in that area. But it's also on major transportation transit routes, as been pointed out. So anybody that wants to come into town, they can come into town and do their groceries and come back out. And we didn't include this in our letter, and it depends on what people's perspectives are on ride hailing, but I read something that Uber is going to be in our community fairly soon in 2025, if we can get enough drivers. So there's lots, as the fellow before me said, there's this. Long story short, we're in support of this project. Thank you.
Thanks, Blaine. Next, first-time speaker, please.
Good afternoon.
Good day.
My name is Connie Charlton. I live at 1352 Salt Spring here in Parksville. I just want to address the safety from my viewpoint. From Franklin Gulls Road, I walk a lot to town. I've also met many people that have these scooters that are older, and I also ride a bike. And what I'm finding is I feel very unsafe on my bike because there are no lanes. And if there is a lane on the side, you go in over here and it ends abruptly in the middle of the street. So I would just like to say this is the wrong position. I'm a pediatric nurse and I've seen a lot of damage in my life, and I don't want someone to get killed there, whether they're old or young. We don't have any walking spaces or bike spaces from the Orange Bridge to Franklin Gulls Road. And that's all I want to say is I don't think it's appropriate for the safety reason. And I'd like you to fix some places where we can ride the bike and walk and feel safe. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Any other first-time speakers?
Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Mormon. I live at 808 Mariner Way in Parksville. I just want to indicate that I support the position taken by the Parksville, what is it called here? The Parksville Association of Residents and Concerned Citizens, also known as PARC. They've posted a notice in the paper opposing this bylaw amendment for various reasons, and I just like to say that I support their concerns, and just feel that this project is being built in the wrong spot. I do support community housing or affordable housing, but I think this one is being built in the wrong location. Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name's Heather Ranson. I live at 1025 Forgotten Drive. Over the past 2 years, this council has made some tough decisions, and you've done so to make this city a better place for all of us to live. Two that come to mind are the rezoning that you denied for 1865 Greek Road, and giving over the city property on Shelley Road to Nature Trust, selling it to Nature Trust in order to protect the river. And
Heather, if we can speak to the zoning amendments and the.
yeah, I'm getting
thank
there.
you.
Okay, yeah. What I think you're trying to do with this project is, with this community asset, is to support affordable housing in Parksville, and I commend you for that. We need that. But I agree that this is the wrong location for that. And my concern is that this location, the density in this location is far away from the services that we already have in Parksville. And as a result, we're going to see additional services popping up to support any housing you put in there, which really means you're building a second downtown for Parksville. And so I guess I have a question for you, which I know is not allowed, so please don't answer this. But my question is this your vision for Parksville? Is this what you want? This building's going to be here for the next 50 to 70 years. Is this the entrance you want to Parksville? Is this how you want your visitors greeted? And do you want the south end of Parksville developed so that we really become the north end of Nanaimo and we're a bedroom community for workers in Nanaimo? These are my fears. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thanks, Heather. Any other first-time speakers? Going once. Any other first-time speakers, please? Any other first-time speakers? Okay, let's take any second-time speakers to the microphone, please. Are there any second-time speakers?
Sorry.
Yes.
And
Go ahead, sir. Michael, Michael, after this gentleman.
Anybody moving?
Yeah. Okay. He beat you, Michael. He's faster. Thank you. Go ahead.
So would you like me to
Introduce
restate
yourself
everything
Yes,
again?
please.
Okay, my name is Grant Foster. I live at 1329 Parkhurst Place. And when I was up here the first time, I was trying to explain the issue around sightlines. And the point that I was attempting to get to was the loss of privacy for many of the homes in the Parkhurst subdivision. And my concern around that has to do with that loss of privacy reflects on market value and eventually on assessed value. And I know that's one of the things you must take into consideration when you're looking at these sorts of developments. So I know in one case, a neighbor, for example, had a home for sale. He had a number of people come in and look at the home. I know one person felt that the home was just beautiful, loved it, but then discovered, of course, the possibility for this building going up directly behind and lost interest. And I'm afraid that's the direction we may be going in here. And so was that 2 minutes?
No, actually, you remember the rules that the second time you get 1 minute.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can come back for another 1 minute at your third sign.
Okay, I give up. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. Michael, you have 1 minute.
I do.
And please introduce yourself, even though I
Okay.
know.
And 2 minutes is short. So anyway, Michael Sherbo. So all I say to everyone here, I urge you, walk from that location to the Orange Bridge and ask yourself, would you want your grandchildren, your children walking that? Because I've done it twice in preparation of this, and I can assure you, I wouldn't want anybody walking it. So that's my first thing. Second thing, to two of the comments. One, 80% of the building will have cars. That means 20% doesn't. That means 8 homes are going to be required to walk. 8 homes is too many, in my opinion. Finally, with regard to water, it said that there's 500 more or 100 more homes it's okay for the water supply. Well, guess what? There's 3 6-story buildings going up in the lot next door. Guess what? Your 100 homes is about to go real quick and you're not going to have the water. Thank you.
No applause. Thank you. No. You've been really good to now. Don't break your record. Come on. Go on. You're better than that. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Julie Gibbler. I'm up here talking for the second time. With regard to the children, the play area that doesn't exist will cause children to need to play somewhere, which is likely to be in the museum center. That green space is not a viable space for children to play. Also, the teens that would be leaving there also, where are they going to gather and have their time together? We have acknowledged there's going to be an increase in traffic in this area, and we're worried about public safety. Additionally, there's parking concerns with a lack of parking or inadequate parking with less than one parking space per household on a half an acre property. Parking is going to be foreseeably challenging, and parking in the Heritage Mall, where that parking area is designated for business owners to have customers come. This will not be an adequate place for people to park. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
This is so much fun. Sean Beatty, 232 Dunbar Way. So I was recently in a focus group for Downtown Business Association. We talked about the brand of Parksville, walkable Parksville. So maybe we should either stick to that brand and create access for people or recreate the brand of the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim McKinley, round two. One issue that's not been talked about is the fact that Bill 44 requires all municipalities to put together a 20-year housing needs assessment, update their OCP and zoning bylaw, and do this by the end of December next year. The current OCP has a vision for Parksville that's 10 years out. It was written in 2013. That means 2023. You have no vision at this point in time, it appears. A proper OCP is supposed to provide guidance to development requests. Development requests are not supposed to provide guidance to the OCP. So making these continuing amendments while the province is asking you for taking a new approach does not look like responsible governance to me. It would be prudent for council to defer all requests for projects requiring an amendment such as this one and focus on redoing the OCP and getting that in order. It would also be prudent for council to consider working with the Lions Housing Society to find a better location for this necessary project. It's time to get things back under control, including this request and any other non-conforming ones. With 2 years left in your current mandate, it's time to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yo, hey. Come on. Michael.
Okay, Mike Garland, 258 Hickey Avenue. Couple of things, privacy. There'll only be basically 2 windows facing the ocean on that side to the houses, and there will be trees there as well. Also, for those that may not have wheels, we took an idea from Berwick. You may have heard of that place in Parksville. They have a pool vehicle. We're going to be offering that pool vehicle from an environmental standpoint so that people don't have to walk along the highway. Just putting it out there as one of the things. Playground. We have actually, thanks to the Tourism Association, they've reached out to a service club who are willing to look at financing a playground area for the local residents, and not just for this project, for all of the resident areas. And for those that are worried about traffic, remember, the people that will be living there likely will be working on Resort Drive. They'll be working in the industrial park. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Next, second time speaker.
Well, Neil Rowley, second time round.
I know.
The Franklin's Goal option is singularly a cost solution option for the Lions. This housing project and occupants are going to be controlled by BC Housing Corporation. We have no guarantees that the people in those homes are going to retain, stay, or work in the local area. How can this be policed? As far as I see, there are no guarantees on that issue. If approved, the current format will be obliged to providing future resources to a project which is 5 kilometers from the downtown core. The logic would be to build the project close to existing resources versus then the long-term eventual cost of resource to project that this proposal will eventually bring. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, second speaker, second time. Hello, Jeanette.
Hopefully I won't be so nervous this time. I ride and walk a lot from Craig Bay onto the highway, through the development that's going to be done where the 6 buildings are and the 1225 Franklin Gull. It's very dangerous. Every day I feel very unsafe when I even have to duck out onto the highway to go into Rathtrevor. I went to the transportation meeting, as I stated earlier, and the gentleman that was leading the meeting said there is no sidewalk development plan for the infrastructure from the Orange Bridge to this development, or even near my place, Craig Bay. I'm at a loss why that is not being addressed, and so was he, the actual guy that was making this transportation plan. He had no idea any of this development was happening. He didn't even know where I was pointing to. So why are you not putting the sidewalks in before you develop something? It seems crazy.
Thanks, Jeanette.
Hi, it's Pat Crompton. I've just been intrigued by the comments that people who live there will work in Resort Drive and work in the industrial park and everything. We moved here from Victoria 8 years ago, and we witnessed the building of Uptown. And it was built with the whole idea was it would be a community in itself. There's shops, there's everything there. And the people who lived there would work there. So it's going to save all this traffic going in. It didn't work. The people who live there do not necessarily work there. Maybe a few do, but a whole lot don't. And the traffic increased incredibly after that project went in. So I refute that idea that whoever lives there is going to work in the location.
Thanks, Pat. Any other second-time speakers?
Bill Howell, 1409 Crofton Place. I was just interested in the comment from the Lions Club member, I think, about getting a playground for the residents. I was just wondering where in the area where that would be. I know they were talking from the visitor center. Is that next to the visitor center? East of that, between 19A and Northwest Bay Road? That sounds safe to me. Not?
Thank you. Any other second-time speakers? I think I see someone way in the back. Yes, I see it. You're next, sir.
Redo our address and name.
Yes, if you would, please.
Barry Tuck, 1335 Parkhurst.
Thank you.
I just have a perspective of build it and they will come. I don't think that's relevant in this place. There's so many what ifs. There's so many, well, we'll build a parking lot. Well, we'll put sidewalks in. Well, we'll put a playground. I still have grandkids that come to me twice a week and I don't know where they'd put that playground. So everything seems to be, let's get this done on short order because this is what we can afford, but there's nothing that can support it. So do the support first and then reconsider it. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. Any other second-time speakers? Any other second-time speakers? Here you go. There. That's why I try to talk slowly.
Dan Bader, 1326 Parkhurst Place. I just wanted to bring up the potential for the loss of trees on the lot 1225. Knowing that it's going to be a building that goes right to kind of the boundaries that allows, I think most of the trees are going to have to come down, and saving a few may or may not work. I know we have fire restrictions that allow us what we can plant on our property. I assume it would be the same. So just to keep in mind the entrance to Parksville and losing a little more of that green space because of all the other developments going on, it's kind of. Thank you.
Thanks, Leanne. And I'll just call out one more time for any second-time speakers. You may. I'll allow you 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Linda Ray. I live at 1302 Parkhurst Place. I live at one end of that stop sign at Northwest Bay, and my neighbor Leanne lives at the other end of the stop sign. Let me tell you, it's not pleasant sitting outside in the summertime. Everybody coming from the News Bay is tired of following those slow cars. They turn left. The guy that's fast wants to go straight. So they speed from one stop sign to the next stop sign, barely stop there, and turn left and speed to the other stop sign on the highway so they can go right. I've almost been hit twice. Turning left from Parksville to go to my house, people don't stop at that stop sign at the end of Northwest Bay. They just go like this. I slow down because I know they're coming, so they presume that I'm going to turn right. I don't have a right signal on. I'm going straight because that's where I live. It's ridiculous. I can hear the screeching signs of the people turning left to go to Craig Bay. They come to that yield sign and they have no chance at all to do anything. They put their foot on that accelerator and speed down Craig Bay like it was a zone. We have a speed zone between Northwest Bay. It's ridiculous. They have to slow down. I'm almost to the point of asking if you'd put a speed bump in there because it's ridiculous the amount of screeching I hear going on in my neighborhood.
Thanks, Linda. Any other second-time speakers? Going once, going twice. Okay, we're into third-time speakers now. Any third-time speakers? Going once. It's okay, Michael, come up, yeah. Yeah, I was unclear as well. I think it was just more of a traffic. Yeah. Michael, sorry for the delay. You have 1 minute.
No problem. My comment is being here today, one thing that kind of, I don't know, I can't get the words, so I won't waste the time. Anyway, I don't understand how we can be here and there's a statement that the people that are going to live there are going to work at Resort Drive, and then other people say they're not. And I guess what I don't understand is we should all have facts that are true facts that we can know what the answers are, because are they going to live there and work at Resort Drive or are they not? And those are important pieces of information that we don't seem to get. So it would be interesting to understand that stuff before we have these hearings.
Thank you, Michael. That was third time. Anyone for third and final on this? Yeah.
Jim McKinley, final comments. 2 things need to be done. This project should not be defeated. It should be deferred. While it's being deferred, you need to find a better location for it in the city, and the sooner the better. And the OCP has got to be redone. That takes about 1.5 years to do. I worked on it with another municipality. It's got to be done by the end of December. Those 2 things are what this council has to do. Thank you.
Except. Oh, boy. You guys are off the cookie list.
Thank you, Council. You're rolling again. Just to close with the 1 minute available. As residents, we look to the council. You are our voice and representatives of the existing residents. Our safety, our assets, and our lifestyle is in your hands. We appreciate, and everyone said, that we need affordable homes. But there doesn't seem to be enough attention on protecting and listening to existing residents in that existing area. And I think you need to take a step back and take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any more speakers? First, second, or third? Okay. Thank you for everyone on that one. I will now ask the corporate officer. Oh, and I'll also comment. Did everybody drop off any documentation they had regarding that first? Because it's closed after this moment. If you haven't, you better get it in now. Thank you. Because when we close it off, it's closed. We can't accept any further. Thank you. Okay. So I'll ask the corporate officer to introduce the second item on the agenda, please, if you would, Ms. Weeks.
So the second item on the agenda is the Zoning and Development Amendment Bylaw 2024, number 2000.151. This proposes to rezone from the public institutional P1 zone and the highway commercial CS1 zone to the comprehensive development CD 36 zone that is intended to facilitate an affordable housing rental apartment building at the property located at 1225 Franklin Skull Road, legally described as Lot B, District Lot 125, and Block 564, Nanus District Plan EPP 54585. So as of 9 a.m. Monday, November 18th, approximately 178 total submissions, including one petition, were received in response to this application, with 130 individual signatories clearly in opposition and 37 clearly in support, and two that did not specify clearly either support or opposition. So duplicate or multiple submissions from the same individual are counted only once, either in favor or opposition.
Thank you, Ms. Weeks. So I don't think there's anybody new here, but we'll just remind a few. So this is regarding zoning and development amendment bylaw 2024, number 2000.151. I'll ask for the first time for anyone who considers their interest in property to be affected by the proposed bylaw to come forward to the microphone and give their name and civic address for the record. Since this is a new issue, you will be allowed 2 minutes. And once again, you were really good for the first half. No applause, please. It's intimidating to others, and be fair of your fellow citizens. So no applause would be much appreciated. Thank you. So anybody here for the first time speaker, please. Going once. Anybody here for a first time speaker? Going twice. Anybody here as a first time speaker? Going 3 times. Since there was no first time speakers, there undoubtedly won't be a second or third time speaker. So we'll just carry on. So thank you very much, everyone. So I will just ask that and suggest that any correspondence received by noon on Friday, November 15th has been logged and made available online and in hard copy for public viewing prior to the public hearing. All correspondence, including correspondence received after noon on November 18th, up to the adjournment of this public hearing, has been collected and will now be received and considered by council and will form part of the public record. The correspondence shall be made available for viewing after the public hearing as soon as practical. So, do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation that the correspondence received regarding the proposed plan Parksville Amendment Bylaw 2024, number 1492.8, and Zoning and Development Amendment Bylaw 2024, number 2000.151 be received? Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Beal. All those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you, Council. I would like now to ask for a motion to terminate the public hearing for Plan Parksville Amendment Bylaw 2024, number 1492.8, and Zoning and Development Amendment Bylaw 2024, number 2000.151, moved by Councillor Gower, seconded by Councillor Beal. All those in favor? Thank you. That carries unanimous. Thank you, Council. The public, I'd just like to advise the public that once a public hearing is adjourned, Council cannot obtain any further submissions, just to repeat, or correspondence from the public on the proposed bylaws. I'm asking now for a motion to adjourn from the public hearing. Moved by Councillor Gore, seconded by Councillor Wood. All those in favor? Thank you. That is carries unanimous. Thank you so much. If yes, okay, and then we are going to proceed into our regular council meeting. I'm going to ask for a 5-minute recess before we go into our regular council meeting. Thank you. Just checking if Councillor Grenz is still online. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the November 18th regular meeting of council. The city of Parksville recognizes the people of the Coast Salish Nations and their traditional territory upon which we gather with gratitude. We have the consent agenda in front of us right now, folks. You have it. Do I have mover second for the consent agenda as presented? Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Martin. Any errors or omissions? Seeing. Go ahead, Councillor Gar.
Sorry, is this the sheet that we have for the financial plan? Is that part of the agenda? So what I do not see is the $40,000 for the pickleball court conversion from the tennis courts.
We'll go,
I think we can add that, can we not, if it's.
yeah, we'll go through some, if there is something missing, yeah, when Jetta does her presentation, we can discuss that if council wants to give direction.
If there's something missed, are you okay with that? Okay, so yeah, make note of it, to remind me. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry if I may, we can go through it, but it is on there. We'll let you know where when we get there.
Okay, any further discussion or questions? Oh, page 2? Yes, okay, that's great. Thank you. Everything's present and accounted for, and so are we. All those in favor? Carries unanimous. Thank you. Correspondence, we had the Arrowsmith Water Service Management Board 2025 to 2029 financial plan. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation as noted? Moved by Councillor Wood and seconded by Councillor Beal. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. Carries unanimous. Correspondence for Englishman River Water Service, ERWS Management Board, ERWS 2025 to 2029 financial plan. Do I have a mover or a seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Beal. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. Carries unanimous. Reports, Committee of the Whole, October 30th, 2024, committee recommendations. Now I'm going to defer to our CAO. I'm unclear. Is the CAO going to make, or our CFO going to make presentation at this time?
Underheard. Sorry, I got too much stuff in front of me.
Okay, after we, okay, so
Yes.
do I have a mover or seconder for the recommendation? And the key words are in number 1, that the following financial plan proposed be forwarded for consideration and deliberation in the 2025 to 2029 final financial plan. So we're not passing anything, we're just considering. Moved by Councillor Fraz, seconded by Councillor Beal. Any comments or questions or discussion? All that we're doing is just the recommendation that we forward this into consideration deliberation that we're going to do. Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Yeah,
so thanks, Mayor. Just for
question. Yeah.
clarification, did we move and second 3A reports? Okay.
That's it. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, be clear. Any further comments? All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried unanimous. Now reports for Committee of the Whole, October 30th, 2024, committee recommendations. Do I have a mover and a second for the recommendation that the financial plan proposal for an additional dog park shelter be removed from consideration for the 2025 to 2029 final financial plan? Moved by Councillor Gore, seconded by Councillor Wood. Any discussion? All. Oh, yeah, 3A, Councillor Fraz. It was the financial plan proposal. When we had one of the financial meetings as well, council indicated. Okay, yeah, just a sec. Did you find it out, Councillor Fraz? Okay.
Yeah, yes, I see what, if I may, Mr. Mayor, instead of the bullets going 1, 2, 3, they're going 1, 1, 1 because they're all separate recommendations from the committee of the whole. So these items were referred to council from the committee. So they're not necessarily 1, 2, 3. They're each separate items that are decisions that were recommended from committee. So we have to finalize or confirm that in council. So for the first item, there was a table, a number of items that council wanted to have further consideration of, and that's the first item. And then the next one about the dog park was an item that council in committee said they would not be considering for addition to the final plan. And then the third item, similar, in committee, council recommended, the council members, I guess, recommended that item for the playground be deferred. So you now have to confirm that as council, because committee is only an advisory group.
So to be clear, Councillor Fraz, they're both listed as 1, 1, and 1, but it's the bottom two recommendations.
And we're not taking them all together, all
No.
individual, and we're on the second of the 3.
That we're just taking the ones right now that are actually removed for consideration and not going to be part of the consideration today. And so there will be one more after this one. This one is for the dog park shelter. And that's to be removed as per, and I believe we moved and seconded it. We're into discussion. All those in favor. Oh, another question about the dog park? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, given that here it says remove from consideration for the 2025 to 2029 final financial plan, does that imply that it would not come up for consideration at all in this whole period?
If I may, through the mayor, yes, unless a council member brings it back to the floor, we would not be, these are kind of items that were asked or referred to come to the budget process. So it doesn't mean that a member of council couldn't raise it at any time, but we would not be proactively keeping track of it to bring it back to you.
Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate that one might be able to bring this back at a future date because I do personally think that this is something worth considering in the future, but I will respect that overall it was decided not to pursue it that at this time. But again, I do think it is important for the future.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? All those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. And the next one we have is that the Committee of the Whole, October 30th, 2024 committee recommendation. Do I have a mover or seconder for the recommendation that the financial plan proposal regarding completion of the Parksville Community Park Playground in the estimated amount of $600,000 be deferred to the 2025 financial plan deliberations for possible inclusion in the 2026 to 2030 financial plan? Moved by Councillor Wood, second by Councillor Gore. Any comments or questions or discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you. This is more for the first recommendation list. I don't know if it's out of order. I know we already voted for this. Is this time I can ask a question about the benches, for the bus shelter benches? Or
If I may, those items will all be coming to you in the next presentation for direction.
oh, they will be. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
so these items were discussed at the Committee of the Whole, kind of in principle, to see whether council wanted to give further deliberation. And today we're asking council to actually give that direction on those items.
And this was just a $600,000 to the resurfacing that was considered and turned down by council. Any further questions? All those in favor? Thank you. That carries unanimous. Thank you. Now, the next report on the agenda is from the Director of Finance for the 2025 to 2029 financial plan, a presentation regarding and including the BC Assessment Preview Role Overview and items for council decision. And thank you. I note anyways that when it comes up in the agenda here, there's one item for Bolinas Dry Grad funding, and Councillor Grenz will be recusing himself at that time to a declaration of conflict. That's just for the Bolinas Dry Grad funding section. Thank you. Ms. Holmes, nice to see you again.
Thank you. You see so much of me at this time of year. So you've all got a spreadsheet in front of you, which may be helpful in walking through as we go through the presentation. Sorry. Oh, yep, for sure. Thank you. Okay, here we go. So today is all about making decisions that have been referred forward to this meeting from all of our previous financial plan meetings. So in our schedule of events, we're at November 18th, where we're looking for some direction from council and some cumulative analysis that we'll provide today. And then the next step would be to bring you actually a financial plan bylaw that incorporates all of these changes. In terms of process for today, the spreadsheets summarize all of the items that we need decisions on today. And these changes, as we said at our very first meeting, changes to the core financial plan that was presented are at your discretion and come from motions that you'll make today regarding changes to the financial plan. So those might be additions that are on the spreadsheet. It might be further direction with respect to revenue increases. So we'll work through those in terms of the slides. What you'll note on the third page of the spreadsheet is if council were to move forward with all of these recommendations, those would total about a 3.1% property tax increase, which would be in addition to the 5.3 that is already in the core financial plan. So it would be about an 8.4% property tax increase if you were to approve all of these items today. There's also some incremental amounts in water and sewer utility fees related to some reserve recommendations. So just to keep that context for you, Marley.
If I can just touch base on that, Jetta. All 30 items on our spreadsheets here
Right.
would equal the 3%.
Right. In 2025.
Okay, and that's including even the fire department is the last one here.
Yeah, the fire department didn't have a property tax increase.
Right, okay,
Right.
that's, yeah, it's
Yeah.
reserves and so forth. Thank you.
So what we have is Marley has the spreadsheet live on her laptop, so she can keep track of changes that council makes to that. So if you decide against something, she can remove it from the list. If you decide to add something else, she can add it in. So what we're trying to do is be able to provide you with a cumulative analysis as we move along through the decision items. Okay, so I might be referring back to Marley if we want to check in on where we're at. Okay.
Okay, so what I heard there, council, was the fact is if we add or delete the type of thing, we have a cumulative total that's running with us. So we can tell at any time, we can say, and where are we at as far as an increase to the property tax. So this is the time to make your decisions, folks.
Okay, a couple more items. The thing to remember on all of these is all of these decisions have a cost. It might be with respect to work plan and a future cost. It might be an immediate 2025 property tax increase. We have a couple of items in here that are 26 and 27, so they might be subsequent years property tax increases. There might be funding coming from other sources, reserves or grant funding. So I think the thing to remember is each of these comes with a cost in terms of time and dollar. And then the other thing to remember is we've talked about all of these at previous meetings. So as the mayor suggested, today is the day to make decisions, and we likely shouldn't need too much debate. If there's still more information to be provided, please indicate. But I think what we'll see today is that we're just in a position whether to add or subtract from the core financial plan. What we need from council in terms of each item is a recommendation to go ahead with it or to remove it. Here's some suggested wording. You can make reference to the specific item or even the number that is on the spreadsheet. So they're numbered 1 through 30. So you could say number 1, please include, or number 3, please do not include. So those are, we will need motions from council on that to include or exclude from the core financial plan.
So I'm assuming you're going to start with number 1 and
I am.
any other questions on it? Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Thank you. I was wondering, Mayor, if it would be appropriate for us to move into the committee of the whole for this or no? Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
For every item?
Sorry, just for the benefit, if I may, for the benefit of Councillor Grenz and those listening. These items have already been referred from committees. We've had several committee meetings. And we need, in order to meet the deadlines and get the bylaws done in time, we need to get decisions on as many of things as possible today.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
A couple things up front that I want to review with you. I had promised you the update from BC Assessment and just some of the carry forward items from the core financial plan. So we'll just run through those before we start on the spreadsheet. Just a reminder kind of where we're starting. In 2025, we have a 5.3% property tax increase in the core financial plan, which includes a 0.5% increase for contribution to capital reserve and a 0.2% contribution to the protective services reserve. The water rates included a 5% increase and the sewer rates included a 3% increase. So that's our starting point today, and things that are added from the spreadsheet would add to those changes.
And I just have a quick question while Councillor Gore's thinking of his. So these reserves that we requested, they're now included in this. And so then they make up what we already have established as a percentage onto property tax.
Yes, that's correct.
And if you can just repeat that number, please.
Yeah, the 0.5% contribution to capital reserves
Yes.
has been in place for about 4 years now.
Yes, yeah.
0.2% to protective services started in 2024. So 2025 would be the second year of that. So
Okay.
the 4.6% is kind of the pure property tax increase.
Right. That includes this.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Those three total to 5.3%.
right. Okay. So before we even start with number 1, we're at 4.6.
Well, we're at 5.3.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
5.3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Before we've approved anything.
Right.
Okay. That's where we're at right now, folks. And now, Councillor Gore, sorry. Yeah, okay. Same thing. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're at 5.3% right now with those reserves that we already pre-approved. That we had lots of discussion on, and I'm very thankful for those because I think it's moving forward for the future is great. Okay.
Okay. Other baseline information is that we still have some big dollar items that are in progress. We've got our drinking water study that may have recommendations come forward that are going to have costs to them. Our asset management program is coming along, and that needs to be tied to the long-term financial plan by 2030 per our gas tax agreement. So that's another item that as we receive those master plans, we're going to have to talk about how we fund our long-term financial plan and the replacement of infrastructure. We have the storm and transportation master plans that are still in progress, and those will be coming to council within the first 6 months of next year, we expect. And then the long-term financial impacts of replacement costs of various facilities, which is in progress as well. So what we know is that most of these will have significant financial costs. So keeping those in the back of your mind as well as we consider decisions today.
Thank you for that sunshine moment.
Yes, I got a lot of sunshine today. Okay.
Okay.
BC Assessment. So they provide a preview role at the end of October, beginning of November. And it is exactly that, a preview into what we might expect in the completed role, which is at the end of December. This month, they're in the process of auditing and reviewing all of their numbers. But to give you an early indication of where we're at, we're seeing a little bit more movement than last year. If you recall, last year we had basically a kind of plus or minus 1% change. There was very little change, especially in the residential role. This year, we've got a total change, a total increase in our role of 5.32%, which puts us in the range of over $6 billion of assessed value. Breaking that 5.32% down, we have market change, which is essentially just as prices change in the market and isn't driven by new houses that have been built or changes of that nature, called non-market change. The non-market change is 2.26% of that, so a little less than half. And that's things like new construction. It can also include things that have maybe a residential property may have been rezoned to business. So we might see an uptick in the revenue because it's now being charged property tax at a higher rate than in the revenue. So the non-market changes, they're typically where we'll see variations in our revenue. The other thing to remember, though, and as we've discussed before, is although there's a 2.5% increase in non-market residential, so that's all new growth, new construction, is that typically that's not net revenue positive to the city, right? There's a lot of new costs that also come with that. So we can't consider it a windfall. However, we can consider that it's more revenue to fund various programs and services that are offered by the city. So that gives us some indication. We typically assume about 1% growth in our core financial plan and in our long-term financial plans. So what we'll see in the next slide is that in our core financial plan, we had assumed about 1% on the growth estimate. This factors in kind of our actual non-market change per the preview roll. So again, this is preliminary, but that might give us about another $170,000 of property taxes in the core financial plan. So again, that's a preliminary number. We won't set the property tax rates until the spring when we do the amended financial plan, when we actually have not only the completed roll, but the revised roll at the end of March. So we're really sure what those numbers are, because there's still an opportunity for people to appeal their property tax assessment and things like that. But it does give us a little bit of a bump in the revenue that will be reflected in the financial plan bylaw to try and make this estimate as close as possible based on the information that we have. Any questions on the BC assessment roll summary?
Go ahead, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Jetta, do we have an average property value dollar amount for that? Is it 5.3 we're at currently for a percent?
I don't have that yet because they haven't provided the new number of folios, but I'm hoping we'll have that in the second round.
Sure.
Yep.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you. So Jetta, looking at item number 5, we see a decrease in the light industry. What does that mean? Did we lose any light industry in the city? Is that why there was a negative 0.5, 5.707?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Through the mayor, you can see that the total change is minus 658,000, but most of that is non-market change. Do you see in the column that's minus 5.07%? And so likely what has happened is something has changed in light industry. It's moved into another class. There's been a movement of that property for one reason or another. So it's not that it's left completely, but maybe it became a business or other class for whatever reason. And just so you understand, the BC assessment, how they might classify something doesn't necessarily completely tie in with our zoning, right? There might be a mixed residential and business on one property or things like that. So these don't necessarily tie directly across.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Just to follow up, so I can get a full picture. So when there is a switch in category, let's say of a business, how does that affect our revenue collection?
Right, great question. Through the mayor. So in this case, if it was light industry moved to residential, for example, the light industry property tax rate is typically higher than residential. And so say we had $100 of light industry at the higher rate and it moved to $100 of residential, or sorry, $100 of light industry moved to $100 of residential, we would actually have less property tax revenue because it moved into a lower property tax rate class. Alternatively, it could go the other way. It could have moved, say, out of residential and into business, and we would generate a higher property tax revenue with that move. So it just depends on the combination of where it moved from and to.
Usually goes up. Not many go down.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. On the water revenue side, we saw in the core financial plan that there was a 5% increase. What I recommend for this first final financial plan is that we move to a 6% increase, which would be about $19 per year for the average water user, which equates to, not quite $2 a month. And what we'll see when we walk through water, and as we saw already, is that there's a lot of capital demand in the water fund, as well as a lot of ongoing kind of asset management things, I would say, like the replacement of water meters and some deferred maintenance items that are shown in minor capital. And so bumping this up a little bit at this point, I think provides some extra revenue. What we also know is that it's very hard to predict the water revenue. Last year, we thought we had a good solid estimate and it came under. So to some degree, this isn't as sure as what we get with the property tax increase because we know all of the numbers on the property tax side and we can generate an amount of property taxes through a mathematical formula. There's a lot of different things that go into water, especially weather, our water restrictions for conservation, all kinds of public policy type things that generate different feelings around water. So although we're hoping that with an increase in rates, we'll generate some extra revenue, it's certainly not a surety. And what we'll see later on in the presentation is one of the things I recommend today is that we do a wholesale look at the structure of water rates and that be done in concert with recommendations that come from the drinking water study. So I'm not suggesting this year that we do some change in the structure and try and get ahead of that. I think we're better to look at it in a holistic way once we have all of that information. What I'm hoping is that this 6% increase rather than 5% just generates some extra income that can go towards some of those asset management projects.
My own comment on that is I like the recommendation going 6% to get a little more stable increase here. And I think when we got nailed before, it was the people conserved literally too much. So they spent less on water and then we didn't have the amount of money coming in as we expected. I'll say the other comment I was going to make is that this is a utility anyway, so this is not part of the property tax increase.
That's correct.
Right.
And the utilities are supposed to be self-funding. Again, there's the difficulty in balancing that revenue number. So to some degree, we'll try and get ahead of it and try and manage costs around that as well. But until we have kind of all the picture, we have the water master plan now, but we are still waiting for the drinking water study to provide more information on that. So if council is in support of this recommendation, it would be great if you could make a motion to that effect.
Right now, can we
Yeah.
do that?
Yeah.
Okay, that was my next question.
Yeah, we should do it on the fly as
Yeah,
we go.
let's go.
Yep.
Yeah, what was
Okay.
fresh? Do I have a mover for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Gore. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Yeah, okay. Sorry, Adam, I looked before you had your hand up. Okay, all those in favor? Once again, all those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you that Councillor Fraz opposes. That carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Similarly in sewer, although there isn't as much capital need in the sewer fund that we've identified in the financial plan yet, the 5-year financial plan did show deficits in years 2 through 5. And so again, I'm recommending a 6% increase in the sewer fund rates as well. Again, this amounts to about $1.15 a month. It's $14 a year. again, to support some of the capital, but also in the sanitary sewer fund, it's also to support the operating expenditures. Because the sewer fund, the sewer rates are tied to water consumption, the way our rate structure is set up, certainly this will also get studied in the context of the utilities rates, because perhaps there's a model where sanitary sewer isn't tied to water, or perhaps the tiers are priced differently. So that would be part of what I'll get to in a few slides in terms of recommending a really holistic look at utilities rates. During our committee meetings, there was suggestion of revisiting the tiers and how we price different tiers of consumption and flows in water and sewer. That would certainly be one of the first areas we would look in changing the fixed and variable, or minimum and variable portions of the utilities rates. In the short term, though, I would recommend we do an increase in the sanitary sewer rates of 6%.
Any questions before I frame it into a resolution? Is there anybody that'd like to make the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Martin. Discussion. Council understands. It's the sewer, just like the water. Only mess here. All those in favor? Opposed? I saw his hand. I'll do it again. I saw his hand pop. Yeah, I saw him on here. Councillor Grez, I'm going to call the question again. If you could just put your hand up a little more, you're kind of blending in with the building behind you. Okay, so all those in favor? Okay, and all those opposed? Councillor Graz and Mayor O'Brien opposes. That carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to move into the spreadsheet items now. And just, this is a summary of what is included. We've got funding requests from community groups that you had on the November 6th meeting. There was items that were requested by council that we chatted about at the October 30th and November 4th meetings. And then there's reserve contributions in finance, as well as that operations request related to a park storage building that was discussed during the October 30th general fund discussions. As well as we know we have some items carry forward on the fire department upgrade. So I have some more information on that. As you can see, those total to, as we noted, 3.07% for a total of 8.37 if all of the items were to go forward. So we'll just move through those one by one now. And as I suggested, you can make motions as we go or in groups, depending on the context of it. So the first page of the community items is numbers 1 through 7. If we could look at numbers 1 through 3, which is the items related to Beach Fest. Number 1 is to continue their $5,000 line item funding that has been the historical funding amount. And they have requested an additional $2,500 for 2025 alone, which would be a 0.01 property tax increase.
And we're looking also at the third one as well.
Right. Council might want to consider those first two that have a property tax impact. And then the third one is more of a capital and use of other funding. So you might want to do those separately.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Gore, seconded by Councillor Beale. Discussion.
And can I clarify, is that for number 1 and 2?
1 and 2.
Okay.
A discussion or just voting? Okay.
I
Good.
just
Good.
want to make sure that it's clear that I support this request and would like to see it moved and approved here.
1 and 2. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. Let's talk about number 3 separately, Jetta.
Okay. So this is the relocation of the sandcastle area within the community park. And the cost is estimated at $150,000, and there's an assumed contribution from Beach Fest of $50,000. So the net cost to the city would be 100,000, with recommended funding source being the Canada Community Building Fund or Growing Communities Fund. I think Canada Community Building Fund would be the best in the context of some of the other items that are to come still.
So net zero property tax increase.
Right. It would come out of that grant funding that was received 2 years ago.
Thank you. And the only comment I got to make on this one is like I have an email here from Beach Fest anyways, suggesting that they weren't 100% certain they were going to request this. They were still looking at it and working with our staff, quite frankly. They haven't had that meeting yet. Now, if we commit this to $100,000, that's a good thing, Growing Communities Fund type of thing. But if they change their mind and they don't want to move it, can we, even though we've allocated, can we reallocate it somewhere else if this doesn't go through?
Yes. So
Okay.
I think 2 comments to that. One is because it doesn't have an impact on the property taxes. It's essentially net in the financial plan. There's no problem with kind of driving other costs differently. What I would suggest is funding it from Canada Community Building Fund, which is gas tax, because there's more money in gas tax than there is in Growing Communities Fund. And there is a limitation that we need to have Growing Communities Fund spent by, I think, 2028. So, and there's a couple of other projects later on that essentially spend that. So if we commit it to gas tax, then that's one way to do it. The second point is if there's a decision made between now and March when the property tax rates are set and we do an amended financial plan, we could pull it out at that time or move it to 2026 if it looked like it wasn't going to happen in 2025. So there's lots of opportunity to change that. I think today, if you want to give essentially approval in principle of it, we put it in the financial plan as an item, then it's there and we can move it around as needed.
As long as it's not locked in.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. Any other questions, Council? Yeah, go ahead, Council Bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And Jetta, thank you. You answered one of my questions, which was deadlines for different sources of revenue. And the other was, what kind of money does that leave in the gas tax or the Growing Communities Fund if we allocate this money there?
Thank you for your question through the mayor. So the Growing Communities Fund has about $1.45 million left in it. Within the proposed items here, that would get allocated towards the lacrosse box, which was the proposed funding on that, and the fire hall upgrade, the proposed funding on that. So that would essentially use that up. There's always interest allocations at the end of the year, so there'll be some tweaking of those amounts, but that's essentially that. I'll just quickly make reference to a spreadsheet with respect to the gas tax. After the core financial plan, there was $2.9 million remaining. Now, keep in mind that that's over 5 years, the balance. So the actual timing of what's left at the end of 2024, 2025 may not tie exactly, but there is more funds because we do have that 10-year commitment now that sees about $700,000 per year come into that. Okay.
Okay. So I have a resolution to do I was going to say a placeholder, but it's not a placeholder, just a proven principle.
Right. And if I could add one more thing, there is an assumption of the Beach Fest coming forward with some funding on that. If that also didn't happen, this project would not go forward. So there's an assumption of that cost sharing also being agreed to. So there's some ifs here, but I think if council approves of it in principle, we should go ahead and put it in the financial plan.
It will give us the ability to speak to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, with the Beach Fest organization.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moved by Councillor Beal, seconded by Councillor Gore. Any further discussion? Councillor Wood, go ahead. And I see Councillor Grant, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Jetta, if you were asked for a recommendation as to which fund you would like this to come from, or you might recommend it to come from, which one would you choose?
I think the Canada Community Building Fund.
Okay.
And it has a specific category for kind of tourism related infrastructure and recreation. So I think it fits well into that.
Sure. So, Mayor, the motion that was just passed, was that for the Canada Community Building Fund.
I think the movers and seconder would approve amending that. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, to make it clear. Yes. Thank you. And Councillor Grants, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe through you to staff. Where did the initial proposal around moving this come from? Was that? led by-
So sorry, Councillor Grants, you're gonna have to lean into your mic a little further. You're really faded out.
Sorry, a question through to staff around where the initiative for this project came from.
If I may, through the mayor, we turned our volume up really high.
Yeah. Our speakers aren't. There you go. Test 1, 2, 3. That's better.
So
Sorry, once again, Councillor Grants.
I think what he was asking was, where did this idea come from? Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, thank you.
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, did you want me to?
Go ahead, CAO. Yes, please.
So this came from discussions with Beach Fest. They raised this item just because they felt in some respects they're outgrowing that space. And the city, in some respects, went ahead with the gathering space with the idea that eventually the area would not be blocked for 6 weeks with the tarps and the sandcastles being there. So it's been kind of a vision, or like the long-term plan, I would say, for some time. And there is some hope that Beach Fest will actually expand further. So we were considering this to be a phase 1, and then that would give that organization opportunity to expand quite significantly, whereas in the area they are now, there is no ability for expansion. And the gathering space took a small additional amount away from the sort of the small sand courts there. So I would say this has been in discussion for a couple of years, but initially raised by Beach Fest because of some of that constraint on their space in that location. And then I would say the city's kind of also feeling that that area is quite congested, and the gathering space addition does create some additional challenges there.
Are you clear with that, Councillor Grants? Any follow-up?
Yeah, thank you. I would not have supported this under the Growing Communities Fund, but yeah, I'm convincible on the other fund.
Okay. So yes, I heard him say he would not support under the Growing Communities Fund, but it's been amended to Community Building Fund, Canada Community Building Fund. So we're on the same page. Councillor Gordon.
I'll ask first. Sorry. Yes, thanks, Mayor. So, CEO, do we know what the plan is for the current site once this is moved over to the other side of the park? Could this funds actually be used to refurbish the old site so it's usable, or I don't know what the plan is to put some grass there? I agree. I think what Councillor Grens was mentioning, perhaps, I think last year it was mentioned in one of my liaison reports, I think, that Beach Fest is looking for a alternative site, just because the gathering plaza has just kind of very butting onto their site, and it's not very convenient for them or the people who are using the gathering plaza not to show what's going on the other side of the fence. So just to give a little background. So if you could answer that, please, my question.
CAO.
Thank you, through the mayor. So we did a community park master plan several years ago. And that's where the idea of the gathering space came around, and it was tied in with the outdoor theater. And so that's 2 council administrations ago, I would say. And when we implemented those 2 spaces, the discussion started with Beach Fest that there's a lot going on in that area. Even without those investments, the Beach Fest Society is very, very popular and is growing. And in order to have international competition, they need to have more competitors. And there is just a physical constraint in that space. You run into the ocean, so you can't really go anywhere. And the playground is on the other side. And so that's where the discussions started about moving to the other side of the park. And then with several meetings with staff, the benefits of that are things around accessibility, designated parking, and kind of its own space. We did hear some concerns this summer about I would say the impact or the implication of having the gathering space essentially blocked for the peak months. So for 7 weeks, really, maybe even a little bit longer, the gathering space isn't being used to its full potential, I would suggest. But the additional piece from Beach Fest is that they do not have room to grow there to meet those international needs. They are a little bit concerned that they might be isolated on that side, but our staff, they have met, I believe, at least a couple of times. And our staff had some, I think, pretty good suggestions about making it almost like a destination on that side and having connections with pedestrian and other areas, so that I don't think that would happen, but certainly I think the motion right now to approve in principle, subject to agreement with Beach Fest and their contribution, gives us the kind of license from council to move forward and explore it to a fuller potential.
Yes, thank you. Just to clarify, CAO, there is no plan to repurpose the old site for some other use?
So if I may, we would probably book that site. There are a lot of people that either would use, the other piece of it is we can't use the gazebo when Beach Fest is there because they use it. But we believe we would have people interested in booking the sand court, the smaller sand court there. It is used for young children for sport, for volleyball. So we think we would be able to book it for other events.
Councillor Fraz, you okay? Okay, so approval in principle as noted. All those in favor? Opposed? Note Councillor Grenz is opposed. Thank you. So,
Okay.
Bolinas Dry Grad.
Yeah, the next item being the request for $2,500.
And to note, Councillor Grenz is now logging off or turning off. He's not part of the conversation due to a conflict. Thank you.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
go ahead, Jenna.
Okay, so the Bolinas Dry Grad requested $2,500 of funding, mostly to offset facility costs. The funding that I would suggest could be used by council is there's currently a $2,000 amount that is a youth award that is included in council's budget that hasn't really been allocated for a number of years. So my suggestion might be to reallocate it in this year or in a continuing year if council wished, that $2,000 amount towards this. And then the remainder of $500 could come from council discretionary or property taxes.
So you're suggesting that we'd only have to budget for 500 if we reallocate the line item that was already allocated for the for the bursary.
Right, or
Right,
you could take it out of
so-
council
and that-
discretionary as well.
Right, and that brings our total to 2,500.
Right.
Good suggestion. Thank you. Councillor Fraz, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. I guess to the mayor, just looking at these, we've already agreed to funding this request then, or we're both looking at how we're going to fund it and if we're going to do it, because by kind of looking at where we're going to do the funding implies to me kind of that we've already agreed to doing it. So it's a little bit like the chicken or the egg type thing here.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Sayo.
So at the committee of the whole, this was an item that was referred to the council for that discussion. So you as a council need to decide if you want to fund the Bolinas grad. And if yes, one option might be to transfer the funds that are currently in the budget for a youth award that just has not really been used by council for several years. Or you could remove both of those items, or you could fund it and use a different pot of money. So the first decision is whether you want to actually approve the request from Bolinas. They came as a delegation and this was discussed in committee to be decided upon at this meeting.
I guess the struggle for me is just that mentality of how we're going through it, because if I go and thinking about how we're going to fund this, it puts me in the mindset of that we are doing this, and it's kind of competing mentalities there too. I want to be able to focus on the merits of it, and if it's something that we should be doing, and then be looking at, okay, where are we going to get the money for that, and not at the same moment of trying to come up with the money and then also going, but I actually don't want to do that.
So would you be happy if we had a recommendation to grant the 2,500 for the grad and just put it on the item here as 2,500 as part of our budget? And then how our staff determines to fund it, it would be only based on if the bursary amount was either approved to be dropped or not approved to be dropped. Would that be better for you?
Yeah, so I think the struggle for me too is because I missed that committee of the whole, so I wasn't there part for some of these discussions, and so not being there to have that input and then trying to balance it out, it makes a bit of struggle there too. So I don't know, just trying to share that that's where I'm kind of struggling with as well. I'd like it if we were going through a list that we've agreed on saying these are all the things that we are going to fund, and then it's just looking at where we're going to fund the money rather than trying to pick and choose if we're even going to.
Yeah, go ahead, CAO.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, to jump in there. That is, today we are basically getting the decision in the council meeting as to whether or not these items are moving forward or not. And so there is still the opportunity. These items were kind of preliminarily discussed in committees, and the recommendations, some items were not forwarded to this meeting, and they're basically not being suggested for funding. There was a lot of discussion at the committee, which is difficult if you weren't there for the context of that. I totally get that. But these items could still be rejected outright, could be approved, or could be tweaked or amended. So if maybe what would be helpful in previous council meetings for budget, we've talked about approve, reject, or amend. So those options are still available to council. You can say yes, you can say no, or you can change something and tweak it to your needs. So some of the suggestions here are for the items that were forwarded with that kind of not pre-approval, but like initial suggestion of, yes, we might want to talk about this. So we were asked by council to identify whether this would be from property tax, from reserves, or from a grant.
Because we're trying to get that cumulative number. That's right. That's why the 2,000 was suggested pull out. Yes, I understand. Yes.
I guess I'll carry on with how we're going through this, or to just recognize that for me, I feel like as we advance things too, just to, I know we're gonna look at the financial plan, finalize it later on, but it does get roots as things continue to go. So,
right.
But yeah,
even though you missed the meeting, Councillor Perez, feel free to ask questions at this particular point if you're unsure of what that actually looks like.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm sorry, but I didn't get all the nuances there. I would like to, much as I would like to contribute something to the graduating class and a celebration, I'm not comfortable with this total amount. I would certainly like to reduce that. I would, I'd be happy to consider 1,000, but I'm not happy to consider this much allocated to it, but I'm not sure. This is not a committee of the whole. I realize that, so I'm not sure where we want to go with this.
CAO.
Thank you. If I may, being mindful of your comments at the beginning, Mr. Mayor, but we've got a lot to get through. What would be helpful, I think, at this point is if somebody was prepared to make a motion, we did have some general kind of guidelines on how that motion would look. So it would be to approve or reject. And in the amount, if you are wanting to approve, the amount that you're willing to do, and then some discussion about where to fund it from. And then, as I mentioned, these have passed the first test of, yeah, okay, council was like, we think these are worth more merit, but that does not commit council to funding any of them. And that's what we're here today, is to get that final decision. Are you wanting to fund it? If so, how much and where from?
Okay. Councillor Beal.
Thank you. And thank you for that reminder. So I would like to move that item number 4, that the financial plan proposal number 4, Bolinas Dry Grad contribution to celebration costs, allow for $1,000 with funding to be provided from the youth award amount in council, whatever the end there. Thank you.
Seconded for discussion. Any discussion? Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, to CAO. Go ahead.
Just a quick question, CAO. So why are we not awarding that youth $500 award, and why is there $2,000 sitting in it?
If I may, this was something that a previous mayor put in the budget, and it just has not been activated for several years.
My understanding is last year we did give out a $500 bursary to somebody, actually a friend of mine.
If I may, that's different. We have a bursary amount that is additional to this item. We still do the bursary, the $500 to a VIU student and a Bolinas grad.
So maybe at this time, the council should consider even, should we keep this line item or just remove it if you're not using it? It would be something to consider.
It's not, well, it's not on the docket right here, right
And
now.
we can we make a motion now to have it?
If I may, sorry, Mr. Mayor, there's a motion on the floor.
Okay, sorry.
But there, you can make additional motions throughout this meeting. Again, the request from council was to bring ideas. If you're going to fund it, where could you fund it from? And staff tried to look at what would make the least impact on property taxes. And then give some advice to council. So that item could, at a later time, be brought forward for discussion.
Yeah. Okay, so just my own comment, I won't support the motion reducing the amount. The ask was 2,500 and I thought that it was very well asked. And as I have since checked what neighboring communities do to their high school, and we didn't come through with them last time because we said you got to come here earlier, which they did. So I'm in favor of the full 2,500 and what we do with the bursary or the other amount, so we can decide that at a later time. So I won't support the motion on the floor. Any further comment? All those in favor of the motion on the floor? No, Joel has no vote. You support the motion on the floor? Sylvia? Okay. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to reduce the $1,000, carries. And those opposed, right? You can't be both. I called the question already, but it's. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this $500 will, the amount that we just voted on will come out of the 2,000 youth. It'll be reduced to 1,000, right?
Yes.
Right. And will that $500 be gone too? It'll still be there?
If I may, sorry,
No.
Mr. Mayor, there's $500. I'm not sure what that's about, but there's $1,000. So the motion was that $1,000 be contributed to the Bolinas Dry Grad using the youth award, which is currently a $2,000 amount.
Right.
So that would reduce to 1,000. And I'm not sure what the 500 is that you're mentioning.
The additional $500 was the remainder of the 2,500. So that
that's
will
just
not
not
be
there.
in play. It'll be replaced by $1,000 with 0% property tax
Motion.
impact.
Motion to reduce the amount to $1,000 carries.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, conflict can come back in. Hi, Joel, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Hands up. See your hand. Thank you. Good. Okay. Councillor Grants is back.
Okay, thank you. The next item is number 5, which is the line item funding for the Brant Festival, which is now coordinated by the Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere Region. And it's already included in the core financial plan. It's a matter of confirming that $5,000 grant. So there's no further impact to property taxes. It's already included. So we just need a motion to confirm that funding.
Councillor Fraz has made that motion, seconded by Councillor Beal. Do we need any discussion? Are we okay? All those in favor? Carries
Thank you.
unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, number 6 is similar, confirming the $5,000 annual grant for the Oceanside Community Arts Council. Again, already included in the core financial plan. There's no more addition to the property taxes. So looking at just confirming that item.
Anybody willing to make that motion? Yeah, Councillor Beal. Second by Councillor Gore. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is number 7, also a request from the Oceanside Community Arts Council. And this is for one-time funding of $9,300 with respect to an accessibility improvement that they want to make to their building. to give you some detail on that, which they provided to us last week, is it includes $4,000 for a wheelchair accessible front entrance door, $2,000 to update the parking lot and handicap parking areas, $1,200 to alter the entrance ramp, and $2,100 to purchase an AED, and that totals $9,300. And funding from property taxes would be about 0.05% increase.
I would like to make a motion to reduce that amount. It was 9,300, and if you just reiterate the numbers was for accessibility door, was that $4,000?
Right, $4,000 was the front door entrance.
I would suggest reducing that to the $4,000 amount, which would cover the accessibility door. Okay. The ramp is already there. The ramp just needs replaced. Sorry. Yeah, so I need a seconder for that. If seconded by Councillor Wood. Okay, so the discussion is that I think 90. If you could break down the amounts again, Jetta.
For sure. Yep, $4,000 for the front entrance door, $2,000 for the updates to the parking lot and handicapped parking areas, $1,200 to the entrance ramp renovation, and $2,100 for the AED.
Yeah, the DFib. Yes. Okay. So yeah, I'm still comfortable with the motion to allow for $4,000 at this time. For the discussion, yes, Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too wanted to reduce the amount of this request. I understand from the presentation that their first priority would be for the ramp. I do understand that there are some possible grants that they could apply for both the opening of the door, I would think, and also the AED, but I realize that they cannot do that at this time, not for this year. But I would think and hope that they would be eligible and meet the criteria to be successful at those grant applications in the coming year. I do think that the ramp is for repair to their existing ramp, both to with level, getting rid of bumps, much like we do in the community park with the boardwalk, but also the addition of specialized paint so that it is not slippery and it does need repair. And that is $1,200 and $2,000 for the parking lot. So I was actually wanting to do the same thing, Mr. Mayor, but from a slightly different angle and reducing that amount to $3,200. My question, I do have a question for staff. Though.
I'm amenable. I'm amenable to the amendment.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Okay. I just yes. Seconder, are you amenable to 3,200 instead of 4,000? Okay. Can we just go with that? Or with your comments?
Yeah, I don't think I need to explain any more if anybody has questions. I hope that was clear.
You convinced us.
Pardon? Oh,
you convinced us. Yeah. Okay. More comments, Councillor?
Yes, I think Councillor Beal, because she's a liaison, understands it more than most of us, what's really needed. And like you say, the grants. So I support that motion too. Thank you.
Councillor Fraz.
Thank you. I appreciate the amendment and motion there for reducing the cost there. Just not sure though why we are not referring them to the RDN's community grants. I think they see an answer there. I'll just finish the question so you get the full some part of it and then appreciate the answer. A couple of reasons being that looking at one-time grants is something that we've tried to stay away from. We've also tried to reduce our general community grants to a certain amount. And then also I think if they went to the community grants, they probably get the full amount there. And I know at the end of the day, it comes from the same taxpayers. It's money out of the property taxes, but I think just keeping it procedurally into those streams that are appropriate are make it easiest for everyone to be able to predictable and keeps it doesn't set the precedent, lets everybody else know that they're playing by the same rules. If it's a time sensitivity thing there too, I think sometimes it's just unfortunate that time doesn't work out this year, but if you got by for so long without it, another year to play by the rules, I think is a good way to go. But so yeah, I'm open to the answer there.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do agree with what Councillor Frost just mentioned. We love the MAC. We love what the organization provides to the community. However, signaling what the property taxes will be used for, and these one-time grants for renovations and improvements in the buildings are the responsibility of the tenant or who owns the building. In this case, we do not. So I agree with what Councillor Frost mentioned. So we should be not setting precedents like this. I have indicated to the representative from the MAC to look out for those funding opportunities through grants, which, and I have also sent more information to them about the Parksville Qualicum Community Foundation that gives out grants for initiatives like this. So I do like that we reduced the amount, but I honestly would have liked nothing to be given out at this time, just to have a clear signal to all the members of the community that we are, we are not responsible for maintaining the buildings, is how I would like to see. But I'm open to more discussion and hearing from other council members. Why should I support this request? Thank you.
And I'll just comment from my point of view. I'm still in supportive of the lower amount, recognizing the fact, as what Councillor Frost said, they could qualify for some RDN grants as well. And I recognize that, but it's not a guarantee. And so I don't want to just say flat out no type of thing to the whole thing. I think that if we do our portion, I know when we grant the grants from the RDN level, we have a tendency to, ask for the contributions from other organizations in the community and so forth, whether it's the PQ Foundation and so forth. So we keep that in mind. But the other thing that had me going on it was the fact that the accessibility is part of our go-to that we're using a lot lately, and we're trying to make the whole community. So I feel that it would be a good contribution from the city of Parksville to further that aim to use it. So that's why I'm supporting it and as such. Okay, we're going to roll on, folks. Councillor Grens.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Barely see your hand.
Can you hear me?
Barely, Joel. You're still, very soft.
Okay, sorry. I think it's on your end, but so I'm actually reluctant to support anything today that represents a property tax increase because today is the first day I've seen what these property tax increases will be. So I'm actually going to oppose this one and probably be very reluctant to support any property tax increases today until I have time to sit with this for a little bit, because I just got this spreadsheet today.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the question. I'll just call the question. All those opposed with motion on the floor. As the proposed motion on the floor. All those that support the motion on the floor. Thank you. Or carries. Thank you. And all those opposed? Yeah, right. And those opposed are Councillor Gore, Councillor Fraz, and Councillor Grants. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. On to the next slide. Number 8, 9, and 10 are with respect to the museum. And in their presentation on November the 6th, there was essentially 3 requests, which is how I've broken it out here. The first being confirmation of their $5,000 annual funding that's already in the financial plan. The second request was for an additional $20,000 in 2025 for a total of $25,000. And then starting in 2026, their request was for an additional $60,000 on top of that base $5,000 funding. So I've broken those down into 3 different items because they all are quite different. So perhaps we could look at number 8 first, confirmation of continuing the $5,000 line item funding.
Are you moving it, Councillor Wood? Yeah, Councillor Wood is moved, seconded by Councillor Beal. Comment? Councillor Wood, you have first go.
Not much to say, but this is already built into the core plan, so I'll move that number 8, please.
Okay, and I support this. I was going to say, I'm not sure I want to, because the next 2 are such incredible asks. And they came with such a comment about whether the viability was going to happen if we didn't approve the other amounts. But it's already voted into the core, so I'll support it as such. Let's keep it simple. Any further questions? All of those in favor of the motion? That carries unanimous. Thank you. The next two will probably take a little
Okay,
more
so,
discussion.
The number 9 is with respect to the 2025 funding. They've requested an extra $20,000. They indicated this was just operating funds. This isn't for a special project or anything like that. So the ask would be for $20,000. That would be a 0.11% property tax increase for that item. I don't have any other funding alternatives to suggest for this. This isn't something capital that we could use grants or anything like that for. It is a property tax item.
Go ahead, Councillor Wood.
Thank you. I think we're just dealing with number 9 right now, but I would move 9 and 10 that we oppose for now until we receive more information about the future of the museum. I'd like to know more about how other local governments, municipalities fund museums, if they do, how much they do, line items, et cetera. And I asked that question when the delegation was here, but they weren't sure either at that time. So I would rather hold off for now until we receive more information.
I'll second that motion. To defer the entire amount for 9 and 10.
Just to clarify, is that something then you would want us to bring back, or we would just wait for the museum to come back to council with further request?
I'm fine with waiting. This seems like a pretty fresh request to us, and so just need more time to think about it. And if they come back and explain more, to want to elaborate on it a little bit, then that'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that would give them more time to compare other museums. And then they can, and I will, when I'm at the next meeting, which is Thursday, I can mention that. So thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Deferring. Thank you. Carries unanimous. So yeah, go ahead, Councillor Wood.
Just one last comment. If we find out that 85% of local governments or municipalities fund their museum with a line item, that would be that just changes the conversation for me. If we find out that 2% does, then I think the taxpayers and the public deserve to kind of know how those are funded in different areas. Thanks.
Exactly. Thank you.
Can we then bring that back with this budget? Are we allowed to, if they come up with more information, or is it out for this year? How does that work?
We just suggested that they would have to come back to us with further information and an ask at that time.
Okay. Would it be
CAO?
Sorry, if I may, one of the main goals of this, though, is that when it has a property tax increase, the council would make a decision for the 2025 year. So I think it doesn't mean they couldn't come back in 2025 and ask for that additional funding in 2026. But because this has a fairly high tax increase implication, I think my recommendation, and I know the CFO's request, would be that the decision be at least for this tax year, and then they can gather information and bring it back for consideration in the 2025 budget cycle because of the significant amount that's being requested.
If I could add to that, as we discussed at the beginning of our financial planning process, what we're trying to do is make decisions now. The only things that would come forward in the spring would be really significant new information and the updated BC assessment rates for using to set the property tax rates. So it wouldn't be another round of requests from community groups and things like that. This is the time to do that. So as the CAO said, for the 2026 year, then we would go through this process again.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think then we're on to number 11, which is the request from the Parksville Curling Club Society. And if you recall, they were requesting support with capital costs for a rooftop heater and furnace and the condenser, which was required by the Technical Safety Board. So it seems as though that was something that was kind of accelerated just because of that technical safety requirement. What was great to see is that they were coming with $65,000 in funding towards that project. And so the net amount that would need to be funded from the city is $120,000. And I'm suggesting that could come from capital reserve. The second part of their request was to set up a working committee with the city so that there could be discussions going forward of their capital requirements and including some of the limitations that are within the lease, which expires at the end of 2025. And so that would be the second part of the motion on this one. It's a little different than the others because we're talking about some capital elements and we do own that building. So I think if council also wanted to make a motion that staff would continue to work with them to develop that longer range picture. So there's two requests. One is the $120,000 net in 2025, and then that commitment to work moving forward on a longer term plan.
Yes, and thanks for that, Jed. And when they came, like, I was totally surprised that there wasn't like a capital cost sharing agreement already in place, and it's our building. It's like, wow, you know, because I know the other buildings that we do own, so I was kind of, impressed. But that's okay. I mean, they've asked now, and they've come with some money in hand to the table, so I think it's a good move. Councillor Frass.
I was going to move both those recommendations there.
Thank you. I'll second that. All those in favor?
If I can make comment there too.
Sure.
I just want to say to council too, I think the curling club, they've done a fantastic job over the years. The amount of fundraising and they put in new equipment to the tune of over $300,000 not many years ago. I think it's unfortunate when technical safety comes along, like, you know, the bureaucracy, the red tape go, hey, we've changed these standards now. Now you're no longer in compliance. Now you need to absorb these costs that we didn't foresee or give you any heads up for. So that's unfortunate because I bet you their units are probably sufficient for what they're using them for right now. But I don't know. That's not my expertise on that side of it. But definitely the cost sharing of it, because it is our building that we took responsibility for. I think it's appropriate for us to be in there. But I do want to just pass it along. I think they do a great job, though.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gore.
Thank you. As CEO has stepped out, but I don't know if Jetta would be able to answer this question. What is the step? I know I was told that perhaps this building is very old and it's aging. There was a report asking for like depreciation on the building. Is it going to cost us way more to upkeep this in the next 5 years or so? Do you remember any of those details about the status and the condition of the building?
If I may, through the mayor, I don't have the particulars on that, but I think that's part of what they're asking for, is for us to look at that longer range forecast for what are the maintenance items that are significant, what capital improvements will be required, and then to look at that in a big picture to say, is that financially sustainable, or are there other ways that needs to be funded? So I really think that's part of it, is developing the facilities asset management plan for that building, working with the society themselves, because as Councillor Frass noted, they have funded just about everything up until now of a significant nature. So it's really building out that plan. They've done a lot of the legwork as well. We've had some condition assessments done as part of our whole facilities assessments. So it's really bringing those pieces together and then looking at how that might be funded. So that's really, I think, the question with respect to building a working committee with the city and the Curling Club Society.
Yes, and I remember that at the time, previous anyways, that they described the good bones in that building. The building's got good bones, structurally sound is the building that they have. And that was when the curling club put in considerable renovations into the canteen area and the reception area. And so I believe the building itself is structurally good and is worthy of investing in. I think it's a good idea. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd just like to say I appreciate Councillor Frass's comments. I absolutely agree totally. And also, I'm just very pleased that we can help and address this issue in a way that, you know, from the source such as you've indicated there, and not affect property taxes. So that's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it is positive when we have groups coming forward. Baseball was like this with respect to new signage we put in. They're coming with a cost sharing formula. So that certainly helps and goes a long way in terms of the impact on the city's reserves and or property tax rates.
Right. Thank you. All those in favor? Carries unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, the next two are with respect to the Parksville and District Chamber of Commerce. So the first item, number 12, is to confirm the current agreement or fee-for-service agreement. And that is that we pay the Chamber of Commerce approximately $56,000 for the operation of the Visitor Information Center. That's already included in the financial plan. Their second request was for an additional $40,000 in 2025 alone. And that was to address an operating deficit and for maintenance of the Visitor Information Center building. And so essentially, the understanding of funding this is that it takes a share of our business license revenue. And so if council were to choose to fund that extra 40,000, for example, essentially we would say we'll take an additional share of the business license revenue. But in order to do that, we would need to have higher property taxes to offset that revenue that is not otherwise contributing to those staff salaries and things like that with respect to the business license revenue. So it essentially is a property tax increase of 0.22% in order to fund that additional $40,000 in this fee-for-service agreement.
I would like to move the fact that we allocate the 50,000, the line item that's already in there. It doesn't increase our property tax at all. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it is 56,000 anyways, as we have in the, yeah, that's right, because it was inflation. 56,000 anyways, as it is, but I would not support any more than that. And in fact, I'd also like to just put a little rider in there that I would actually hope to allocate the 56,000 as we already have, but I would, with the hopes of working out a new agreement with the Chamber of Commerce to a new proposal of lesser hours and so forth, and actually getting that number down so it actually be less than 56,000. But we have had discussions to that end, and they are willing to discuss what that would look like, because the 56,000, the 50,000 originally was arbitrary. It was a voluntary commitment that the City of Parksville gave to the Chamber for the Visitor Information Center on an annual basis. So I think that we can do better than that. We had some difficulties last year, as you know, but I believe that moving forward until we get that new figure down, this at least will be the placeholder anyways, that they're going to get the same as what they got last year, but they're not going to get more.
Thank you, Mayor. And that also addresses part of what they said, is that without the additional 40,000, they would need to have further discussions to look at the operating hours. So I think that's also consistent with what they had asked for. So if the motion can reflect both of those items, I think that makes sense.
Thank you. So I made that. I need a seconder for that. Second by Councillor Gore. Further discussion, Councillor Beal.
So just to be clear, we're looking at both 12 and 13 together.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
CAO.
Thank you. Just for context through you, Mr. Mayor, we would then bring back the agreement with a staff report to council. So you might remember December, early January last year, we bring forward a report with the amount and with the expectations. So we would work with the chamber over the next few weeks to prepare that and bring it back to council, as I say, December, early January.
Yes, and to be perfectly honest with the chamber anyway, so we're looking for a decrease, not an increase, like a decrease in hours with a reflective decrease in amount requested. Yes. All those in favor? Thank you. Carries unanimous. Councillor Gore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Number 14 is the Community Park Labyrinth supporters came with a request for continuation of support that had been previously provided. So that includes really three components. One is every 5 years, historically, park staff would support their project of repainting and updating the labyrinth. And so there's about $800 of paint and supplies that was provided by the city. There was staff time in kind of about $1,500, which was really to prepare the site and to clean it prior to then the volunteer contingent coming to actually do the painting and the upgrades. In addition to that, there's just regular maintenance that is done by park staff through the year. That's something that the parks manager has said is just basically absorbed in all of the other parks maintenance. It's not as though it's kind of significant in and of itself. It's just really whatever needs to be done at that end of the park. So historically, the parks budget has included this amount already, the $2,300. I've noted it. If we were to specifically identify it every 5 years in the financial plan, it's a 0.01% property tax increase. So we would look for council's direction on whether staff time would be spent to support that initiative and purchase the supplies.
So this is actually looking forward anyways to like a continuous plan, so they become a line item, so the maintenance is done on it.
Well, that could be part of your recommendation. Certainly, they do it every 5 years, so we would probably indicate it as such, just so that it was in there and would come back for confirmation by council as a line item and be noted as included in the financial plan. If you just want to approve it for 2025, that's at your discretion as well.
Yeah, for the $800 or the $2,500? $800 was the ask, as I recall.
Well,
Was it not, Mary?
just for full disclosure, it is an $800 out of pocket, but there is parks in-kind staff estimated at $1,500 of time, just for the kind of cleanup and preparation of the site for painting.
That's, yeah, but if we start quantifying the in-kind that the staff does to every one of these things, then it's kind of a slippery slope. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I get it. I really do. But at the same time, I thought that I don't think that 2,300 is an accurate reflection, other than the fact that we know that they're doing it already in kind, but they're also cutting the grass, and they're also are cutting, the arborists are fixing those trees.
Right. I think what we were trying to do was be consistent with all of these kind of community events or community groups. So if you recall, for like Canada Day or Beach Fest, we actually have an amount that's included in the budget for Canada Day, for example, that does include staff time required to support that project. So just in being consistent with that, and for council to have a full understanding of what the total cost is. Yes, it is only $800 out of pocket is the estimated amount that we'd cut a check for.
Yeah, CAO. Yeah, first, maybe you answer.
Thank you, through the mayor. So we have discussed this as basically a service level issue. So we could not have the labyrinth in the park, and that would be a little bit less time and a little bit less work, similar to the Moby mat or to the gathering space. And so there was some discussion that there wasn't really a clear direction from council on the continuation of the use of this space or the allocation of this space for that purpose. And so I think council today could be obviously confirming that it's okay with the ongoing use of that space for this purpose, and recognizing that reflects a higher service level for that area. Staff will have to maintain it just like we do everything else, and there's some direct cost. And so I think it kind of approves the use of that space in the longer term, because there was some concern, I guess, that it was approved several years ago as a one-time thing and not necessarily forever thing. And so I think that was kind of some of the discussion that we heard, and why this came as why it was kind of singled out or taken out as a discussion piece, just to make sure council wants that kind of, I wouldn't say forever, but wants it in the long term to be that space is allocated for that purpose.
Yeah, and just, I will, Councillor Gordon, just like on this $800 ask, I have to say, before the delegation come, I was not in favor at all of the labyrinth, and after the delegation, keeping an open mind, I was definitely in favor. I didn't realize how much this labyrinth was actually loved and used by our community. So I'm fully supportive of at least the 800, but and maybe a little more if it means continuation of the upkeep or the service level, like we are possibly going on to with the next item on our agenda here. So with that in mind, I would like to so that they don't have to come back every time. I think that would probably be a smarter way of doing it. And when I look at it as a 0.01, unless my eyes are deceptive, yeah, it is 0.01. I think to err on the side of increasing the service level anyways by staff, I think it'd be a wise thing to do, so we don't have to do this again next year.
Great.
Yeah. So, yeah. Councillor Gore, you okay with that? Okay. Did I have a seconder for that? Would you like to second it for the amount of 2,300? Yes, Councillor Beal. Was that yes? You're seconding?
Yes.
Okay, and now, yeah, sure. Go ahead, speak.
Thank you. Yes, I certainly would like to support this. I do a couple of sort of questions or comments. I'm not sure where it's going to go. I would just not like to see that. I understand that in the past, this has always been done, not just, but been done as an in-kind and when needed. So I just wouldn't want to see us write this in such a way that it's locked in that, like, you know, we're at 4 years and 4.5 years, but it looks like it really needs to be done, because I understand that some years it was maybe a little more like 3 or 4 years, or that in fact the park staff said, hey, you know what, we could fit this in this year. Why don't we take care of this now? Because as we all know, some years are busier in the park in terms of maintenance and the like. So I would just hope that what we put in here allows for this to continue. I think it's a lovely example of community engagement, means a lot to people. It adds some color to an area that's otherwise, you know, gray concrete. I imagine that even if there was nothing there, it would actually still need some maintenance. So I'm even a little surprised at the points or at the indication that it actually would increase property taxes, given that I don't believe there's additional staff assigned to parks to include this in the maintenance bit. So I am a little bit confused about how that translates.
If I may, Mayor, so just to clarify on that, a couple of points. One is with respect to it coming back in future years, what we're trying to do and why we had that November 6th meeting was to try and be more transparent about requests and money that we're giving to community groups, and that there's some accountability and reporting out about that. So that's why we're having you confirm the annual line item funding and things like that, and have community groups come and present on that. The second part of why we're trying to capture that in-kind part is that there's obviously a full summer's worth of maintenance in the park and around Parksville itself. If we incrementally add all these service levels, so it's $1,500 of time here, and then we add the Moby mats and we add another project, pretty soon we maybe have a need for a seasonal summer staff. So that's really why we're trying to capture it. Is yes, it seems minute, but if we have 20 of those, all of a sudden the flower beds aren't being weeded, or that mowing that is standard isn't getting done, because now we have community groups that have an expectation of that. So we're really just trying to quantify that so that council understands the full picture of, if enough of these incrementally get added, then we have an FTE for some amount of the year required. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. All those in favor of the, was it 2,300? Yes. Yes. All those in favor and those opposed? Councillor Grenz opposes.
It's just scratching.
Don't scratch your ear at that moment.
Put my hand up in favor.
Thank you. That carries unanimous. Sure.
Yes, thank
Here.
you. Since like Councillor Grenz was mentioning, like now this is the first time I myself looking at the property tax increases to all these decisions. I was wondering, like through the mayor, if looking at item number 7, I know it already passed, could we look at council contingency perhaps for funding this instead of property tax? I could myself back that up rather than property tax. Just going back to that number 7, since it's a one-time thing, would staff be okay with that and the council?
If I may, through the mayor, it's already decided with that. We'd have to rescind that motion and bring it back for a different decision. And I am mindful that we're not even halfway through a lot of these items. So just
yeah. So. Okay, thank you. Number 15.
Okay, the next set of decisions are items that were brought forward at council's request. And so the first 15 through 19 are items that would impact 2025. And the first of those is a continuing service level with respect to the MobiMap pilot that was in 2024. We have estimated annual costs of about $10,000. We haven't had a full year of this being in place, so that's a rough estimate for now. And then there's about a $10,000 estimated replacement cost every 4 to 5 years. So including about $2,000 towards that ultimate replacement if this is going to be a continuing service that is provided. So the annual amount would be $12,000, which is 0.06% property tax increase. And again, those annual costs include the in-kind portion of staff cost.
So basically you're saying that the $2,000 is a reserve cost anyways for replacing it in 5 years.
Right.
I have a hard time with that because I think it would after 5 years. So you're basically saving 10,000 or putting $10,000 aside.
Right.
A year.
No, $2,000 a year.
Yeah.
To build to 10,000 for the replacement in the 5th year so that the replacement is there. What this is essentially saying is this is a new service level. We're going to provide for the replacement of that so it can continue. Otherwise, in the 5th year, then you have not only the annual cost, but a $10,000 increase in property taxes to fund the new MobiMat that is likely required at that time. So I think what our approach would be with most assets like this that are being used to deliver services, if it's considered a continuing service, then we would want to provide for the replacement of the asset that is required to provide that service.
I want to go back to Corona, ask them for another. Yeah. These guys drink all the Coronas, they owe us. Right. So yes. Sorry, Saya.
Sorry, if I may, through the mayor, I don't drink a lot of Corona, but we could reallocate if that wasn't like, if we are able to get a grant or able to get a donation, then we can offset or, put that to some other purchase. But we don't usually factor in grants into the budget just because they're, except for the gas tax that we know we're getting. But what we often do is adjust and say, okay, we can fund it from that. Yeah, from gas tax or from a grant or from something. But we usually, our asset management best practices are that when you do a new service level or acquire new property or do a renovation, just like with the theater and all those other things, you have to plan for not just the installation and the maintenance, but the ongoing replacement costs that eventually will come due.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to move the motion as such, as for the 12,000 as such. Second by Councillor Gore. Yes. Any further comment? Councillor Fett.
Just a quick comment that I think this is what happens when you have a successful pilot project is something that the community's been asking for many years. We had a chance to try it out, looked like success. So I think keeping it going is going to be, we'll see how it goes carrying forward, but I think it's going to keep going well.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Martin, you had your hand up. Are you okay? Councillor Wood.
Thanks, Mayor. The community obviously loves this. It went over really, really well. Our beach is it's a focal point for our community. There's the chance that it doesn't need to be replaced after 5 years and we have the money anyways. There's also a chance that fundraising could help us out with that and it's not completely on the backs of taxpayers. But I think this is worthwhile to support. Thanks.
That's great. I was just trying to feel out council because I don't want this going away. So yeah. Thank you for your support, council. Thank you. All those in favor? Carries unanimous.
Number 16 is the request with respect to adding bus shelters, or the conversation at the committee indicated perhaps a bench at various bus stops. This is a service level increase and would require some infrastructure upgrades. The suggestion was possibly $50,000 over 5 years, $10,000 a year would install basically 2 benches a year. There would need to be some follow-up discussion around where those would get placed, and maybe we would consult with the RDN in terms of high usage and things like that. So this one could be funded by property taxes, but as an alternative to that, The statutory off-street parking reserve does allow for funding in the legislation of infrastructure that supports active transportation, which does include infrastructure that supports bus routes and such. So this could be funded annually out of the off-street parking reserve, which has a healthy balance. I can let you know what that is, $775,000 in it. So that would be an alternative that would have no property tax increase if council wanted to move ahead with those.
Anybody wants to move this? Councillor Gore, seconder. Councillor Beal, speak to it, Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you. So I think using the parking reserve is part of the motion.
I just have a question for the staff. Parking reserve fund, are we looking at that for other projects as well? I know. I'm asking it a question I already know.
Yeah, I think that's number 18.
You could have brought up 18 before this one. Okay, I would not be supporting this just for that very reason. Anyways, I would not support it, but anyhow. More discussion? Councillor Beal?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through to Jetta, is it also possible to apply for some active transportation grant funding to support infrastructure that to go along with the improving transit access?
Through the mayor, typically what we do if council has a project identified in the financial plan or otherwise in their strategic plan, for example, we're always watching for grant opportunities and we'll identify those if it is something. So if it's in the financial plan, we would certainly be looking for that as grants came along. Yeah.
Carry on, Councillor Beal.
Thank you. And again, if this was funded out of the off-street or the parking, sorry, I don't have my reading glasses right now. Would that still leave sufficient funds to address another parking project? I haven't looked ahead for that.
Yes, it would.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor's staff. Just want clarity on this for the two benches that you're proposing here. Do we have things, how does this work? Like, do we have locations already picked out, or do we turn it over to the RDN who then says this is where it's needed? Or how does that, like, picking the spots that get the shelters, you know, thinking like across the street here, we have a bench, but no shelter, but on this side of the street, we have a shelter. How does that get picked through as to what's going to be prioritized?
Thank you, if I may, through the mayor. So there's a number of things that would come into play. We would certainly be talking to the RDN about ridership, and there's metrics out there that suggest at a certain threshold, certain infrastructure is needed, like bench or garbage can or things of that nature, shelter. So we would start with that. And then we also need to look at the availability of space. So some bus stops don't really have a sidewalk or an area that you could put a bench without impeding accessibility in other ways. So our staff would essentially apply operational metrics to a number of different things and see, do we have the space available? Do we have the ridership available? Is there a bench at the next bus stop that someone could probably use if needed? So we would do an assessment on, where best to spend the funds each year. And then just having the budget there makes it easier for us to identify, okay, maybe in year 1, 2, and 3, we do this route or something along those lines. So there'd be a number of different things we would kind of apply on an operational level.
May I follow up?
Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
This then would just be putting more money in the pot to say, make the system better. It's not that we have an idea right now of what we're trying to improve, and it's outside of we're not the ones to then implement and put in place. Is there, and I guess kind of coupled with that too, we have memorial benches, for example, where people can sponsor a bench, but I guess there's no opportunity for them to sponsor a transit stop or transit bench type thing then too, since it's not our.
So if I may, through the mayor,
infrastructure.
so that it would be our infrastructure. So the RDN provides the bus service and identifies the stops with consultation with us, but we would be providing this infrastructure. So it would be similar to other street infrastructure, like street benches and things. And there would be an opportunity for someone to ask for a memorial bench there again, if we had the space and it was something that we could actually feasibly do without impacting utilities or accessibility. This is a new level of service where right now we don't have like a pot of money and a mandate from council to look at adding benches. So we're just not really, we're just not really doing that. We've had some one-off requests like for the shelter outside City Hall here. That was done as a one-time thing, but there was no ongoing service level direction from council to look at opportunities with funding to actually identify other areas where a bench or a garbage can or shelter might be warranted.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, so to council, where I think this is an important item is that the lack of shelter spaces for our rainy seasons that we get, but as well too, like when we consider other areas of community that, you know, the outskirts by, whether it's Serious Coffee or down by French Creek and that, there's a lot of areas that we don't have the shelters, and if people are standing out there, especially catch a bus, it's not like you can count on the bus being there and set your clock by it. You're going to be out in the rain for a little bit of time or out of the cold. So, yeah, I think it's something that at some point we need to start putting this onto our plate. While we haven't had done it in the past, and it's a new service that we'd be getting into, I think it's something we need to be looking at, if not this year, soon.
Is it the possibility of actually including it into our memorial bench program?
If I may, I don't see why not. But the memorial bench program typically is the demand is for places where folks had memories. So it's usually parks and viewpoints and things like that. But I mean, if somebody's relative took a bus all the time and was in that area, I don't see why not. It would just, we would have to make sure that that was a viable location, and that it was the right number of riders to benefit. So we would look more at I would say it's not really in the keeping or in the spirit of the memorial bench program. But that's not to say if someone really wanted to look for somewhere on a bus route for a memorial purpose, we would work with them, I'm sure. But I think this was intended, and maybe Councillor Beale can speak to it, but it's intended more as the support for the active transportation network, so that if somebody has the option of using a bench, they may be more likely to take transit, or they may be more able to take transit because they're able to sit and wait for the bus. So when you think about the types of folks that, you know, we want to encourage to take transit, it can be quite difficult if you have mobility issues, for example, or you have a bunch of kids and bags and groceries and things. You want to be able to maybe sit on something. So I don't think it was intended to be part of the memorial program, but that's not to say that if somebody really wanted to do that, we would find a way to work with them, I'm sure. The memorial program, though, I may add, is paid for by the family member or the person, right? This would be city paid for. So a city piece of furniture rather than a, yeah.
Further question, Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Raz mentioned about the future with this, and I don't know if you recall, there was a newspaper article in the last year, Molliette and 19A, there was a bus stop there, and there was a lady standing in the rain or standing there, and how we could use one there as a matter of interest. It was in the paper. So I just think we have to look at this and help it grow to do with transit anyway. But that was in the paper. So I just wanted to mention that. I support doing something for sure. Thank you.
Councillor Beale.
Thank you, Mayor. And a couple of additional comments here. I do think that going forward, for me, this is something that I think that we can and should build on going forward, that in order to encourage people or allow for people to use transit more comfortably, it's more than just having a bus stop, but also having some amenities there. I really appreciated the comments that were shared by a member of the public at a recent committee of the whole meeting, where she mentioned that really it was a shelter part that was particularly helpful when she had some vision issues and was relied on the bus. And that also, and I think it's very true, that those leaning benches, if you like, supports are really very comfortable. They just really help take a little weight off, and yet they maybe don't encourage some of the concerns that people sometimes have around benches. Allowing for this amount of money going forward, a little bit each year, would allow for some thoughtful planning. I know that the RDN Transit would be able to provide some very good data for us, and yet I'm sure that many of us, if we have been out either walking or driving, and it happens to be a time when a bus is expected, we see people at many stops. Councillor Frass mentioned out near Serious Coffee. By the way, if there's a development there that if it does go ahead, the developer has agreed to the installation of a stop. And I think that that is also something, not a stop, but a shelter there. And that is something that we can think about going forward. I'd also like to add that previously when I had the conversation with our CAO, had wonderful ideas, no surprise there, but there may even also be, in terms of the maintenance end of it, which is important to consider, that there may be some existing benches that we have in the city that really are, quite frankly, underused or maybe end of life, and maybe could and should be removed, which then at least doesn't increase numbers of facilities to maintain. So I think for all of those reasons, and finally, just a brief story. I was at the Remembrance Day Assembly, and I was speaking with a resident, and she mentioned that due to some eyesight issues, different person again, she is no longer able to drive and does need to rely on transit, and now has her UMO card. And I think that any one of us could be faced with that situation going forward. So I think it's an important element of for accessibility and for increasing active transportation, and for young people, students who might be going to VIU or elsewhere. So I do want to support this.
Jetta, just a question. The off-site parking fund, how much is in it right now?
775,000.
Okay, and I'm looking ahead at number 18 anyways, and the ask is 110,000. So we can use the off-site reserve parking fund and still no impact on property tax.
Right.
Okay. All those in favor? Those. Joe left? Okay, Joe's left us. That carried unanimous. Thank you.
Could I just clarify that motion? Was that $10,000 per year or just 10,000 in 2025 per year? Yeah,
Just in
thank you.
2025, I thought, yes. 1 year.
Okay, Councillor Beal is indicating every 5 years worth. Yes? $10,000 continuing. Yeah.
Council,
Yeah,
if I
and
may.
that's still.
Just a final comment. I think it's so important for us to be looking ahead and having a plan, and just knowing that even if it's 2 shelters a year or a shelter and 2 bus benches, but that we can be addressing this need over time.
Okay, thank you. So number 17 is the request to have a pilot project for snow clearing on priority walkways. So that would happen in 2025 as a pilot. We would bring that information back to council for consideration. This would be funded out of property taxes, but it may include our own staff or could be contracted out. We would have to look into what the best way to do that was, and also look to the transportation master plan for the indication of what would be the priority walkways from an accessibility and active transportation lens on those.
Yeah, thank you. I want to move this forward to bring it onto the table because I thank you, seconded by Councillor Gore. Only because the fact of it, because of the accessibility, we're talking about not only the transit, the active transportation, but the accessibility here. And so I feel it's a serious enough issue. I'm surprised that for a operating item instead of a capital item, can we not use gas tax or anything like that? No. Can you identify any other community building fund? Is this
No,
because it's operating?
That's right. Yeah, most of those grants are only related to capital unless it's like a capacity building thing, asset management or something like that.
Yeah, so if we were to buy a piece of equipment, possibly we could write off, like if we bought our own snowplow or sidewalk clearing, that would possibly qualify.
Possibly. Again, that's a bit of a stretch, I think, on.
If I may, I think we would probably maybe under like the active transportation piece or something, we would see if we could. But at this point, it's similar, sorry, through the mayor. We discussed at committee that this is similar to a pilot in some respects, that we think we would do for the next 2 years. And then we would have a more fulsome policy that probably would speak to purchasing equipment, or perhaps even hiring casual staff. So this is really a contracted out piece. I think we need to look over the next couple of years at the whole boulevard maintenance piece. And we're hoping the transportation master plan might give some higher level policy recommendations there as well. So what we discussed in committee is that this would give us the ability to identify during a snowstorm where we need to get some support to clear the sidewalks, if it's, making it so that people are walking on the road. And our staff would figure out the linkages to our snow clearing on the road and the arterial and important streets that lead to City Hall and schools and things. So it gives us the ability to kind of test it out. And then we would come back with recommendations on how to continue that on, and the combination of enforcement and working with business owners and all of those things tied in together. And we'd most likely be looking at bylaw changes and policy changes at that point.
Right. So this is as it is, it's a pilot project. Okay.
And if I could clarify, it would be for 25 and 26. So we have 2 years of pilot.
Yes.
Over that winter. So it'd be 10,000 in each year.
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry. And hope it doesn't snow.
Hopefully it does snow so we can run the pilot.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Right.
Okay. Who knows? Yes. It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mayor. We did receive a very thoughtful letter from the Access Oceanside regarding snow and the depth at which snow should then be cleared, because it allows for people who might have scooters or walkers. And there was is there any consideration for those recommendations to be kind of included in a pilot like this? I know it's slightly different. Well, it's different, but at the same time, I wanted to raise it to make sure that everybody has seen that letter, because it has some I thought, very helpful and specific recommendations regarding snow removal.
Yeah, and I think exactly that, Councillor Bill. I saw the letter as well from Diane, and I noted that, I think the suggested depth was 4 inches, and she was suggesting 2 inch would be more adequate. I think that would be something our staff would have to work out. Whatever it takes to keep the sidewalks accessible, like whether it's 1 inch, 2 inch, or 3 inch, or, then we want to go millimeters or something like that. I think we're a metric system, man. So I think that would be part of the pilot project, that, accept, the suggestion that maybe that should not be the start line. I don't know where the 4 inch came from. I don't really know where that, was, but I think it would definitely be playing it as it comes.
And just to add to that, I thought it was helpful to see the recommendation that the priority be the downtown area, because anyway, that kind of added to what we had discussed in the conversation here.
Yeah, I know the staff have a very extensive snow fight plan that they have in place that identifies what needs immediate and secondary and don't burn. So, okay. Any further comments? All those in favor? Thank you. Carries unanimous. Thank you.
Okay,
Jenna.
number 18 is a new city-owned parking lot, which could be funded from the off-street parking reserve. This is coming from discussions with PDBA with respect to parking, as well as looking at our transportation master plan as well. And so the estimated amount for this is 110,000. Once a location was identified and exact cost could be known, we can report back to council with that. This is an approximation based on the original plan around the lot that was going to be next to the fire hall. And so given it's being funded from reserve, though, if it's plus or minus, then we can bring that back with more details on that. But this is really just to approve the project in principle in the financial plan, and so that staff can move forward with continuing research on that.
So to be clear, we can't talk about the other locations at this point?
Right, at this point, that would still be under investigation and
Okay, thank you.
discussion. Yeah.
Okay, I would like to move this, seconded by Councillor Gore. Any further question? All those in favor? Thank you. Carries unanimous.
Thank you. Number 19 is an idea that was brought forward from council to consider the use of the curling arena as a temporary cooling space during extreme heat events. And this requires some more investigation, including possible funding being provided by EMCR or UBCM grant, and also including consultation with the Curling Club Society with respect to the possibility of that happening. So our suggestion on this is to give direction to staff to look into this. And this might be something that could be brought forward at the amended financial plan and or next year, and identifying funding at that point. I think there was an indication given at committee level as if it was going to have to be $75,000 from property taxes, then maybe there would be other alternatives looked at. So I think if council wants to put this on the work plan for staff, a motion here today would help with that. And then we could report back at a later time once those discussions have happened.
Go ahead. You'd like to make a motion or a comment?
I actually want to make a motion to remove this one from the staff workload and from our financial plan. So if there's anyone that would want to second that.
Second for discussion.
All right. Yeah, so second then,
go ahead
and speak to it. I think it's a well-intentioned idea, but I don't think the necessity is quite there. When we've had cooling centers the past years, from my understanding, I've never heard of it being a great turnout. And I think we have other alternatives for cooling centers already, from the arena to the library to Top Ridge to, there's a lot of great places people have managed to go to. I just haven't seen the really the turnout come up to where, like talking less than a handful of people for a lot of times for these cooling centers. The other thing too, right now we know our staff time is very cherished time. And so having them investigate and do this, I don't think it's a priority item for where we're dealing at right now. And as well too, trying to be fiscally conservative and be wise with how we spend our money, especially right now as we're looking at increases and letting things kind of settle out. I don't think the timing for this is necessary either. So it's a good idea, maybe at another time perhaps, but the cost, the use of it and the staff time, I think it's something that we can just take off personally. That's why I would. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was the one that suggested this only because I was trying to make a dual usage for the curling rink, of course. The curling rink is basically empty in the summertime, and it actually give us we have some capital costs anyways, improvements to make sure that it has the ability to stay cool. And so that our emos didn't have to look for a site like at the arena and so forth. The RDN has been very resistant to allowing those as cooling or warming shelters. And so that was disappointing. But at the same time, we're always struggling, and we're struggling as we do every year, cooling and warming, which is now apparently our responsibility. And I recognize too that, it maybe could be underutilized, but then I can't tell you that a heat dome is going to hit us next August, and it's going to be a 3-week period, and then it's going to be utilized real quick. So all that I was suggesting is just that staff look at the possibility. If it's deferred due to work issues, other items on the work plan, I'm totally cool with that. Cool. Getting that? That's why I'm cool. So I really believe that it's a possibility that should be explored. And when I mentioned it was that kind of staff space and capacity. But at the same time, I think it's something we have to look at, and especially in for light of the fact that we're now looking at asset infrastructure improvements for the curling rink, and it's going to tie all together. And if we can maybe get some kind of, like, if we're using it as an EMO, maybe there's opportunities to apply for grants that are available to EMO as an air conditioning unit or air handler or something like that. Then I thought we could put it all together. That was my reason. I understand totally about staff capacity. I would only suggest that if we just move it to the fact that when staff have the ability to do it, to defer it until such time, but as we're having ongoing discussions about the curling rink, and I see Mike's here right now, so he's going to make sure that happens real quick. So that could be part of that conversation as well. Make sure we include this because it could be identified as a cooling center. That was my reason, just trying to get better utilization of a building that's not used for curling in the summer. Councillor President.
Hearing that reasoning, if it's exploratory and just kind of like looking at there's opportunities, like you say, for funding to complement that, in that case, I definitely would think that's a good idea. I do see it doesn't have a dollar figure tied to it here, so that, it's not that we were looking to put any money there. It's just the staff time. As long as it's not going to be something that's going to take a lot of time, maybe if it's complementary to things, it'll complement it. If that is the case, though, then I would withdraw my motion to remove this one. And
Okay, so I would further a motion to actually have staff explore the possibilities of using the curling rink as a cooling center for the summertime. Yeah, and all, okay. Flip flop. I know, that's the way we work. Second by Councillor Gore.
With an indication that it's a lower priority.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
okay, great.
Yeah, it's totally based on staff capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I've been down to a lot of events down there over the last couple of years, and it seems to me there's a first aid truck or something down there when they have these events on. And I'm just wondering, because there's thousands of people there. And surely if there was something like that available, that would be a backup, because I bet you they have a lot of hot heat stroke and all that kind of stuff going on there. It's very hot. I've been down there. And so I think if they're doing that exploratory, maybe they could find out. I don't know who looks after that, but someone looks after that, right? The first aid station that goes on when we have concerts and all the other things that go on down there. Is that special event people? Yeah. So if that was something that we were going to do, then it would be
when the tide's in,
supportive of what they do. I'm just talking about liaising, that's all. This is a suggestion because I've seen it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't gonna call the question. Do you want to talk? Low priority. Yes, that was key. Okay, all those in favor? Carries unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. The next two items were identified as 2026 projects. And the first being the lacrosse box refurbishment, expansion, and changes required for multi-sport use, estimated at $750,000. In terms of funding alternatives related to this, the first amount that I had indicated was Growing Communities Fund. It could also be property taxes. And then the third being fundraising by the user groups that would be using this, whether that's pickleball or lacrosse or any of those groups. I don't believe we've received any indication from them of funding support, but some of these other projects where there is a capital requirement, they've come with some funding proposals. So that isn't included here, but it might be something that council wants to indicate looking into or asking those groups for an amount of fundraising. The Growing Communities Fund has about 1.45 million left in it. So this would take approximately half of that grant remaining to do this project. And then the second part that came to be kind of added adjacent to that project was consideration of the conversion of the community park tennis courts to be dedicated pickleball courts, done side by side with this project. Keeping in mind that last year we did upgrade those tennis courts already to put pickleball lines and such on there. So it can currently be used for pickleball. The indication was to make them dedicated pickleball courts. So using property taxes for that, again, perhaps asking the pickleball groups to put up some fundraising towards these capital projects, or the Growing Communities Fund possibly on this one as well.
Thank you. I'd like to make the motion for it as such and using the Growing Communities Fund. Sorry? Yes. Oh, well, Oh, yeah, yes, there's enough, isn't there? Yes. Yes, 790, yes. Yes. Seconded by Councillor Gore. Councillor Bill? Discussion?
Trying to second.
Okay. My left ear is actually hears better than my right ear. Okay, yes, go ahead, Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through to Jetta, if we approve this, this does not deny the opportunity for groups such as the Pickleball Association or others to contribute to the funding of this, correct? Because my understanding is that they had in fact suggested that they would be able to contribute something.
As you have the motion now, no, but council could change the motion, add to the motion to suggest it would be contingent upon X dollars or proportion of that. What I would suggest to council is that there has been very, very significant investments in recreation over the last number of years. And the Growing Communities Fund, of course, can be used towards critical infrastructure and things like that. So that would be my only caution on this, is that one of the things that came up at our recent Asset Management BC conference was just using a national report card related to infrastructure investment and replacement of assets and what their guidelines are nationally for asset management. They range from about 1% to 3% annually of your replacement cost. Parksville's in the range of 0.25 to 0.7%. So we're significantly under, except recreation, we're investing double the recommended amount. So just a caution on this is that when the grants are provided by senior levels of government, there is some indication that that can be used for the infrastructure replacement as well. So, that's of course at the discretion of council, whether or not you ask for contributions from those user groups.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we're going for the 750 and the 20 and 21 from the Growing Communities Fund. All those in favor? Oh, so Councillor Franz?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate and think it's important that we do ask for some funds for the pickleball courts, particularly because we've heard them say that they would be willing to contribute previously. And also that we see them with Qualcomm saying that they would put money forward for their redoing the lines there. So if we're doing that same thing, especially after we just finished refurbishing them, now we're going to be putting money back into something like that again, I think they should really be involved in that. So you mentioned that right now, the way the motion is that it's not a requirement. I think that we would put in there. So ask the mover if we can put a friendly amendment in there.
And that's fine. Hey, I'm good for that too, because he said it, but I'm kind of like, until I see the check in hand type of thing, they say that they're going to, but yes, let's do that. Let's put it back onto them, that we will, with a friendly amendment, that we will expect a contribution from the pickleball club.
Okay,
And
do you want to
a particular
indicate
dollar amount? Because I don't think like a $500 is quite what we're looking for there. So, I would be thinking off the top of my mind, like around the $10,000 range.
10,000?
That's what I'm thinking though too, but I don't know what they were kind of putting forward in Qualcomm. I just feel like that would be an appropriate amount for the size of the group and the demand and what we've been providing them.
Yeah. Do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
I do, just to add a little bit, Mayor, for clarification for the councillor, when this was brought forth by myself, I mentioned that the group is willing to put forth $20,000 upfront.
Better.
Yeah. So, and also an ongoing annually contribution as well to the city. So.
Yeah. Ask for 20?
20,000.
Okay. 20 as a friendly amendment. So you approve friendly amendment to 20,000? I do, as well as placing it. So yes. Okay. So we're speaking now to the friendly amendment about approving it with a expectation of a $20,000 contribution from the pickleball club. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that sounds good. I had understood that there was going to be money contributing as well. My question is just a technical one. Are we asking for this for one over the other, i.e. are we asking this to contribute towards item 21, given that the lacrosse box is actually a multi-sport? It's actually been on the radar for some time now, not for just one group and in need of some work. So I'm just wondering, I don't know if we have to do that or if it could just be generally applied.
I think the suggestion was made by the pickleball club. The lacrosse or anybody else hasn't come out up with a suggestion.
Tennis courts over, I mean, it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I think it doesn't matter. It's the same pot, yeah. Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. Carries unanimous. Councillor Martin?
Yes, it came up and I wasn't able to ask and it's a technical question. So is there no more tennis courts down there?
Correct.
Tennis is not, it's a Springwood, that's where it is. Okay.
Springwood would be the dedicated tennis
Tennis,
court.
okay.
Yes, yeah.
That's what I was wondering
Yes.
for sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, number 22 and 23 are proposed as 2027 projects. And if you recall, there was essentially two parts to this. Council has received some correspondence with respect to concerns around the Sutherland Stairs, both safety and septic concerns. So the first part, with an estimated cost of $25,000 would be to decommission those stairs and introduce a new trail connection to an existing trail that's already there. And so that's estimated at $25,000 and would be funded by property taxes in 2027, unless by then there might be another grant or something else, and we would certainly watch for that. The second part of that project would be to rehabilitate the ravine in that area, and there's a lot of overgrowth. And again, this would be part of addressing some of the septic concerns around there. The estimate of that would be about $75,000, but we could use our LG CAP, the Local Government Climate Action Program funding for that, because it's in support of kind of environmental cleanup and dealing with the biodiversity in that area and planting native species and things like that. So that one wouldn't have a property tax impact. This is something that we could put in the financial plan now in 2027. It would obviously come back to council for a check-in in 2026, including if we've identified any other funding or any other upgrades on that project. But right now it would be slotted into 2027, would not have a property tax impact in 2025.
Okay, move it. Both. Move both. Do you want to move? Or sure. I'm looking your side this here. That is moved by Councillor Beal, seconded by Councillor Gore. And I liked everything you said. Like it's a liability right now, and so we have to do something. It's scary. So I believe that it's best that we get on with this. So yes, carry on, Councillor Beal. So you moved it. So
Thank you, Mayor.
go ahead.
Through to Jetta. Are we worried that the ivy is going to that the invasive plants down there are going to kill the vegetation if we don't get to it before 2027?
Well, I can't speak to that specifically, although the CAO and myself did have long conversations with the parks manager about that. It's on his radar. He has plans around that. So I'm not sure if it's already kind of too far along. He's got a bit of a plan to try and address that. Yeah.
Yeah, in the council meeting, yeah. So, okay, that is on the table. All those in favor? Thank you. You didn't bring it with you? Okay, yes, it's Sutherland. Okay,
so that gets us through that block of items.
Yes.
We're moving along. So the next block is items that are coming forward from staff. And if you recall, these are brought forward with a lens on health and safety items, regulatory, legal requirements, risk reduction, or other issues. So that's kind of where these come from in terms of requests by staff. I've got a couple of tree analogies for you. And the first being the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time is now. And I guess I think what this speaks to is the fact that the city right now hasn't planted a lot of trees towards its infrastructure replacement. And so when we're looking at some of these reserve contributions, I want to acknowledge that you as a council have difficult choices and they're expensive choices, largely because we haven't started when this infrastructure was put in place to start with the replacement costs being put away. So we're playing some catch up. All of the indicators are that we're quite a ways behind. The infrastructure report cards indicating that, our master plans for water and sewer indicating that. And so I'm trying to provide you with some advice around that, as well as some suggestions for what we might add to our work plan in 2025 to bring you some alternatives for consideration. So I've got one more tree analogy. Warren Buffett said someone is sitting in the shade today because someone planted a tree a long time ago. So I guess what I'm saying is that maybe in 50 years, when none of us are sitting in this room, somebody's sitting under the shade of a tree that we planted. So in terms of going through some of the reserve considerations, we went through this at one of the committee of the wholes, and I won't go through it in detail again. There are a number of different ways that infrastructure can be funded, and there's a number of different assumptions that can be made in terms of how much we try to put aside, assuming a certain level of grant funding, assuming a certain level of borrowing. So there are a number of things that need to be investigated. As we receive the master plans, do our DCC update to the bylaw, as we receive our transportation master plan and the drinking water study, all of this information is going to provide some more context to, one, what do we need to fund? And to keep in mind that this is to fund current service levels, not new infrastructure. And how might we fund that, and what might be best, and how can we minimize the overall impact, including that multi-generational equity? So I'm going to provide some recommendations today for your consideration, and knowing that there's still more to come with all of those other projects that are in process.
Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you. Jetta, a basic question for you. Can the grants that we receive be used towards paying the MFA debt?
Through the mayor, in some cases, so gas tax does allow for payment of a eligible project, the debt payments. So that's what we're currently using for the debt payments related to the water treatment plant. A lot of other grants are for infrastructure that we're paying the dollars today, so they don't allow for the debt payment, but gas tax does.
Well, just a quick follow-up as well. Like, are you aware of any provincial governments like stepping up and helping the local governments out in paying their debt, the MFA debt? Ever? Have you?
Through the mayor, no, not that scenario. Certainly senior levels of government in some extreme scenarios are stepping up and paying for the infrastructure, either straight up as grants or through additional debt. For example, Prince Rupert was identified as a critical port in Canada. They had some pretty significant backlog infrastructure investment required, and the provincial and federal governments did come forward on that, but that's because it was considered a critical port. You know, it's not going to go to just any municipality, right? So I think what we need to keep in mind is that the senior levels of government are providing funding through the gas tax and Growing Communities Fund, things like that. Whether that's sufficient, that's not for me to decide, but what council may want to consider is, given where we are on the report card with respect to investments in infrastructure for critical assets, water, sewer, roads, fire department, versus investments in recreation, which are maybe nice to haves, you might want to consider funding those from two different scenarios. So we can set up reserves that collect an amount that go towards those new assets, but I think we have some catch up to do. The first is a recommendation that staff in 2025 do an analysis of alternatives for funding some of the bigger picture infrastructure analysis or infrastructure investment. As was noted in our water master plan, we have about $59 million worth of infrastructure that they're suggesting should be replaced within 20 years. When we're only funding $450,000 a year towards infrastructure replacement, we've got a long way to go on that. Some very rough kind of early kind of calculations would say we would need to increase property taxes by 1.5% per year for all of those years to kind of catch up in that recommended infrastructure replacement. Similarly, with the sewer master plan, we've got about $64 million of infrastructure that needs to be replaced within 20 years. Again, just about a 1% increase. And I'm just putting this in kind of parameters of property tax increase. Obviously, that needs to be funded from those utilities. And similarly, on our pavement investment, again, another 5%. So just for those infrastructure items would be 2.7 before we consider transportation master plan and storm drainage master plan. So fully acknowledge that's a really big number and it's a significant amount for our taxpayers. So what I suggest is that council, if you're willing to provide a motion to say, we need a report back from staff that we investigate all the different alternatives, how we might fund this, including proposing parameters around how much you're going to fund and what assumptions we might do. So that might include changing the structure of our utilities rates. It might include parcel taxes. It might include frontage taxes, borrowing, changes to service levels, right? This is what's required to maintain current service levels. Council may decide to do something different. Then we can bring that back to you for further direction on how we go forward in funding that, because I fully recognize these are very significant amounts.
Sorry, if, when it comes to replacing, like say, the master plan for the sewer, you know, one of the reports we had lately was, you know, to suggest, you know, that we're not in bad shape, but here's what we're looking at. That's why we're looking at 10-year plans and so forth. Would then when we replace it, like something like one of the main sewer lines and so forth that needs to be replaced in that time, would we not just borrow from MFA?
So
like this is creating reserves and so forth, you know, so that so there's not such a big bite. But I mean, wouldn't not we just borrow the money?
well, that's certainly one of the options. We do have a maximum borrowing capacity. Fortunately, the city of Parksville has very little debt overall, but you certainly, there's many municipalities in BC that are maxed on all of that, right? Because they haven't saved, they've had to go and borrow. What I would suggest to you though, is that all of that borrowing needs to be repaid, and that would be at a higher property tax level than if you got ahead of it and saved. So it's certainly on the table. Many, many municipalities do it. And many use it in combination, right? They maybe have reserves for 50% and they have debt for 50%. So those are the types of kind of considerations and analyses that we could provide for council with some forecasting of property tax rates under various scenarios.
It's a tough call, you know, because the thing is that because the infrastructure replacements and the capital costs are huge now. And not that they weren't large before, but now large has become huge. And people are hurting. And people are hurting. And I understand. And so people are extending their mortgages, you know, from like it used to be short term, and now they're going like 25 and 30-year terms because that's the only way that they can afford to live. The provincial government that was just elected got a very good education on how badly the public is hurting here in British Columbia, and that the provincial government has to pay more attention to the fact that everybody's hurting on all levels, that it's not sustainable to continue pay more. And I think that we have to acknowledge that we hear that that's what the public are saying. And although I get, and if I was financially able, this is how I would handle my own finances, is by putting reserves aside. But I'm not sure that the public, our residential tax base, can afford to do that. And because these costs are so high. So in that case, then we have to borrow it. And I agree that it's going to cost of borrowing is factored in. It's going to cost way more. And it does. And it's just like that mortgage on your house. When you realize how much you paid for that mortgage as compared to how much you paid for that house. It's a big factor, but nobody can come up with the money up front or even half the money up front. So all that I'm saying is I understand what you're saying, but I like what you're asking for today, Jetta, is the fact that we can look at other ways of funding it, and maybe we're looking at lesser lowering levels of service. And that's part of it, you know, that could be part of the equation. If we do a little bit of this, a little bit of reserves, a little bit of lessening of service levels, and just, you know, pulling back expectations to the public of what we can do. That would be a good report to have. But I'm frightened at this particular point. So if you're asking for.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
I
I
understand
see the
that.
frightening look in your face as well, and I
Yeah,
get it.
certainly.
Mr. Denton's as well.
When we're
So-
running the numbers, it adds
It
up
is.
to a lot, and that's why I want to fully acknowledge that that's the case. This is not an easy decision. And certainly our focus would be on those critical service assets, right? It's the water. Everyone still wants to have clean drinking water. Everyone still wants to be able to flush their toilet and drive and have their storm drainage and their fire department and those critical services that are required by municipalities. So it really is trying to bring you some combinations of alternatives that you can consider in terms of going forward and then give direction on how we want to do that. And then we can implement that and taking advantage of compound interest as much as we can and getting started earlier. But maybe there's an assumption that you'll fund 50% through reserves or something like that. So what I'm saying is that we'll try and just bring you some creative solutions and maybe it's going to be a combination of 4 different things that is ultimately how we move forward with this, because the gas tax requires by 2030 that we have this in place. And so I'm not suggesting we wait till 2030. I think we want to have it done way ahead of that, but they are requiring that you have your asset management plan funded in your long-term financial plan.
But then recognizing, of course, that we are lobbying different levels of government for the new municipal framework and so forth, that we're working hard with FCM. The only consolation, we're not alone in this. You know, every municipality, I can speak for British Columbia because we meet with them all over. Every municipality is facing this. So it's going to be up to the higher levels of government to address this because this is Canada. And then we have such a small, limited source of income.
I agree, but
Taxes and such.
it's also,
So we are, I can guarantee that we are working hard at both levels in between UBCM and FCM to try and get better funding arrangements. And whether it's, you know, introducing another tax that's going to be payable to the municipalities for infrastructure, then we want in on that because this is not sustainable under property taxes anymore.
what I would suggest to you is 2 things, is my cautionary approach to funding recreation, which is a non-critical item, right? What I'm seeing in grant applications is the senior levels of government are looking to municipalities to be making progress along planning for their asset management replacement and actually funding that. And those are the municipalities that are getting the grants when you tick the boxes to say, yes, we are doing this and yes, we're doing that. So they want to make sure that municipalities are doing what they can with the funding they're being provided so far. So I think with respect to your advocacy, that goes a long way when we can show that we have a plan for funding the asset management plans. So that's also part of it, is making sure that we're doing all we can to make sure we're still eligible for those grants as well.
Okay. Do I have a motion on the floor? Well, I know, I think Jed is looking for, or is it? Make the recommendation? Okay. Councillor Beal, are you making that recommendation?
I was just trying to get out there to say, I'd like to move the recommendation.
You got it. Seconded by Councillor Wood. Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor? Thanks, Jetta.
Okay.
Sorry, we're requesting, I'm going to request a comfort break of 5 minutes. We'll resume at 5:10. Okay.
Great, thank you.
We still have it closed after, and we started at 2:30. So a 4-hour limit, so at 6:30, we're good for. Yeah.
All right, pizza? Yeah.
Okay. Get up and move your legs around, folks. Yeah, you got 5 minutes.
incentive to. You can do whatever you want.
Remember Teresa? Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember that?
Yep. She had snacks, maybe there's still, Mary might still have snacks in there. We did have snacks in there.
You have snacks.
But hopefully we can move through some of them quickly. We've already discussed something.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
So we're back in session now. Thank you so much, Jetta. Did we make that last one?
Yeah,
Okay,
we
so now
essentially
we're on
already
to
discussed 28,
26?
but we're going to go back to 24.
Oh, right, yes.
Yeah. So 24 is the rebate amounts where we have rebates for toilet and rain barrel, water conservation rebates, security rebate, and tree rebates. We had a discussion at committee of adjusting those amounts to a 3-year rolling average.
Rebate.
3-year rolling average. So we
Sorry,
would.
rebate.
So the adjustment on that, if we were to do that, would be to reduce the overall cost by $1,000, which would be a very minor reduction in property taxes, and just adjust the amounts as well in the water fund, which would be a reduction of $3,500 of costs in the water fund to bring those rebates down to a level at which they're being used rather than over providing for them.
Yes, so to the actual, yes, you can move that. Councillor Frez, seconded. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Thank you.
Great. Some
Rebate.
further discussions on reserves contributions that are specific to the 5 years that we're looking at that I would like council to consider in addition to the overall looking at our master plans and such. Council currently funds about $4.5 million annually for that infrastructure funding envelope or sustainable infrastructure replacement. It's a best practice to index that. That amount's been the same for a number of years. And so to index it to inflation such that we're still able to replace essentially the same amount of infrastructure each year, because right now we're able to replace less each year with it maxed at that amount, would be about a 1% tax increase and would increase property taxes by 183,000. Water fees would need to increase by 22,000 and sanitary sewer by 18,000. In each of those funds, you can see the 5-year impact summarized there as well.
So you're on 25, right?
25, yes.
Okay.
So this would be to take that $4.5 million that's currently in the plan, and then each subsequent year to index it up by the inflation rate, suggesting we would use the StatsCan construction index, one that's tied to construction, not just the general one that includes groceries and things like that.
Question, Councillor Wood, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. You're still contemplating, though. I don't mean to cut you off if you're.
No, I'm doing math in my head here.
To me, Jetta, this is really good planning. We're not excited to raise property taxes at this table, but I love how you've suggested we use StatsCan construction price index, which I'm guessing is a little bit higher than CPI probably. What it feels like that we would not be kicking expenses down the road, but we'd be planning for them. And if when those property tax bills come in the mail, that it is explained that we're trying to see ahead a little bit, I think that would go a long way. And I think it's the responsible thing to do. So I'm going to be voting in favor of this, even though, again, I'm not excited about the 1% property tax increase that I'm seeing, but I think it's good planning, particularly since we're thinking about the astronomical infrastructure costs that we've been talking about a couple of times already in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the mayor, if I could add one comment, what I've used to illustrate in the past was our Moss Avenue upgrade project was about $4 million. If we went to fund that next year and the project costed out at $4.6 million, we wouldn't have enough to do that project again in the year, right? So by indexing it to a construction index, that allows us, and that's how our engineering department is planning projects as we speak is kind of bundling them in those amounts that council has allocated for those annual funding amounts. So that would continue to allow us to deliver on kind of an infrastructure project like Moss Avenue with that funding. Interestingly enough, sometimes this is actually lower than CPI, just as a matter of often because of the grocery number. So it is interesting how it can be different depending on that basket of goods that's included in CPI.
Oh, okay, because that was going to be my question. What is the construction index? Like as a percentage, like what is it now?
Yeah,
As
it has
compared
been
to-
as high as 5
Yes, okay.
recently, right? But in prior
when it does
years,
this?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, interestingly enough.
Okay.
Of course, the cost of oil really impacts it. And so depending where there's wars in the world and things like that, it can have some variability in there, but groceries also can really swing the CPI.
okay, so to kind of capsulize it here is for the infrastructure replacement. And it's a 1% tax increase based on construction price index. And it's, once again, it's our favorite word is reserves.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to go into is reserves.
But this would be budgeted in each year as the actual spending in a year.
Yeah.
Like this would be a replacement project in each year.
This is going to be ongoing.
Right. It would only stay in reserves if, one, we didn't spend as much in a year, or if a project didn't get done in a year and it would carry forward to do 2 projects in the next year, for example. So it may be the case that an infrastructure project requires a $10 million commitment in a year. What we may do is in 1 year, not do that, and in the next year, carry forward the amount that has been put in reserves in that year instead, and fund the next year, again, with no impact to property taxes because it's just been included as part of the funding.
So it's going to be a line item then.
Right.
Right.
It's that $4.5 million line item that's already been in the plan for a number of years.
So this item won't actuate a 1% tax increase next year
Right.
because of the reserves.
Yeah.
Unless we change the reserve amount.
And it'll depend on kind of where that inflationary amount is. And so it'll be brought forward each year as part of the whole picture of the core financial plan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you. So to clarify, the water and the sewer is already, we approved the 6%. That's included in that?
Right. That's what I'm.
Next.
Well, no, what I'm hoping
no.
is that increase in the sewer and water rates will help to offset this increase
Right.
in the
So it's already included.
additional
Okay.
funding. Yes. Yep. I'm not suggesting a further increase on to the rates that we already discussed at the beginning of this meeting. Right.
So this was that.
Right. This was part of what I feel
Okay.
we needed to fund.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Motion. Thank you. I'll second it. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you. Carries unanimous. Thanks, Jenna.
Okay, the next one is to, as council knows, for about 4 years now, council's been contributing 0.5% of property taxes towards general fund capital reserve. We haven't been doing the same for water and sewer. So this is a direct contribution to reserves for future infrastructure replacement. And so what I was suggesting here is just to address kind of projects within the 5-year financial plan, notwithstanding the fact that council's given us direction to do more investigation into the longer range infrastructure replacement, that we increase another 0.5%, which would be about $92,000 per year, to go towards water and sewer capital reserves to support the funding of capital projects in the 5-year plan in that regard.
And it's half of 1 point.
Right.
I'll move that. Anybody will second that? Councilor Martin second it. Okay, up for discussion. Councilor Gore, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I would feel more comfortable once we have that information for the 2.7% before making a decision on this one. So for that reason, I would like to wait and get more information from staff on that 2.7%, how we will get there. Once we have that information, then I'll be more comfortable giving my vote for this.
That should be a question.
Mostly I'm a little nervous looking ahead at the 1 and the 0.5 and the 1, and, you know, these things add up. So kind of the flip side of what Councillor Gore was saying, if we go ahead and approve these, but then you come back with more information as to other funding models, then it could in fact reduce, it could affect the property taxes. So if we approve this, does that close the door on other possibilities? That's what I'm wondering about.
Through the mayor, no is the short answer to that. I think that when we come back with that report, it puts everything back on the table in terms of how we fund it, right? So even though council has committed to that 0.5% per year that we've been doing, and it is included in the core financial plan already, if we add this, but then we bring back a report next year that says, you know what, here's a different structure that we could fund that long-term infrastructure replacement with, then I think that that's on the table. Council may wish to keep the 0.5 towards new infrastructure, for example. You know, so there'll be a piece that is the replacement of current infrastructure for current service levels. So yes, everything could be changed. The other part of this is with respect to the reserve contributions. If, for example, in February, we become aware of a very significant expenditure that was not known, before we set the property tax rates, we could also revisit the reserve transfers, right? It's not as though that's an expenditure that has to be out in January and that we need approval for now. So there will be another opportunity then to look at the whole picture in terms of the revised roll, which will have our real property tax number, which who knows, maybe, you know, provides a little bit more property tax revenue that could be used to fund this. So the short answer is, in a long way that I just explained, is it could be revisited at either of those opportunities.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm probably going to sound like a broken record, but to me, this is smart putting money into the bank for the rainy day that is going to come. It is, we see costs going through the roof. This is not like a Ferris wheel or water slides or something that is exciting to put our names to. It is just responsible putting away of money for things that we are responsible for in our jurisdiction, in our lane. So I'll be in support. Thank you.
If council wants to discuss the next item as well, before you decide on both of these, that may be helpful in terms of understanding. I, again, fully acknowledge that these amounts are significant as much as I feel strongly that we need it. Do you want me to just go through the fire department?
Councillor Martin has a question I want to bring to the floor first. Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thank you, Jenna. When I was doing the research to even run for council, I looked at what was being done and I thought that 0.5% was a huge thing. Like Councillor Wood was mentioning, that you just don't know what will happen. And if we do something like that, that's a wise thing in my opinion. So I support the 0.5%. No matter what the problems are in our society, there will always be costs, but there you go. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a cumulative total where we're at if, say, we approve this one right now?
With leaving both of those in?
Yeah, well,
Yep.
yeah, 26 if we pass this one, yeah.
Yeah.
We're looking at Marley.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just gonna scroll to the bottom of the page here. So if council chooses both number 26 and number 27, there's one other 0.01% decision, but you would be at 2.66% along with the 5.3 as part of the core for a total of 7.96 with then any other closed meeting decisions that may also feed into any property tax increase.
Plus, okay, 5.3 and 2. So, however, okay, let's just take this one as it is. This one's already on the floor, 26. All those in favor of 26? Those opposed? Okay, that carries unanimous. Thank you. Sorry? Oh, sorry. You're opposed. Okay, thank you. Okay, but sure.
Yes, thank you. So to clarify, this information is coming out of the master plans that we did for the increased putting the money into the reserves? Number 26.
Yeah, through the mayor. Not really. What I identified up front with the master plans is that there's some really big decisions on that, and the numbers are very, very significant.
Okay.
What I know, though, within the kind of 5-year horizon is we're seeing our reserves being drawn down. And we're seeing a lot of deferred maintenance as we're working through our asset management plans, that projects are being identified. So this is really just to, in the shorter term, in the 1 to 5 year range, to provide some funding for some of that capital that is being identified as we're working through all of these different assessment projects and master plans. But it's not kind of the long term, which will be part of that analysis. This is really to say, we're putting 0.5% aside for general fund. We're not really doing anything continuing like that for water and sewer. So my suggestion was that we get started on that and just start letting that compound interest build and provide funding within the shorter term, where the master plans are looking at the much longer term.
Thank you. So would it be possible for us to, for the number 25 to go at 0.5 instead of 1%? I know, just discussing, like, I'm sorry, just trying to get some information here. Rather than 1%, can we go like 0.5, let's say, for number 25?
Through the mayor, what I was suggesting would be kind of council's practice with respect to that sustainable infrastructure investment every year, was that it be indexed to inflation. So right now, based on inflation, for the StatsCan's construction index would be about 1%. Next year, that index might come way down, and it might only, it's maybe not that. So that's something that will vary. And in our first meeting, just like I report out on the inflation, that would be something that I would bring to you at that very first meeting to say, here's where our inflation's at, here's what we're seeing. The number this year is X. So that's something that we can't predict. But it's at council's discretion as to what amount you want to do that. So.
Okay, so we got to move on. We already did that. So number 27.
So.
Introduce, please.
Yeah, this was a request of council to bring back what would be required as a reserve contribution to fund the apparatus replacement program for the fire department. As I think you all know, the lifespan of the fire apparatus is somewhat defined by the fire underwriter survey, because even though there may not be all that many hours, relatively speaking, on a fire truck, in order for it to be certified and to get the fire underwriter survey support for insurance rates and such in our community, they can only last 15 years and be in reserve for 5 years and things like that. So this number is actually one that's relatively easy to calculate, plus or minus a year or so, just because that replacement is known. So within the 5-year plan, let me just look up, there's about 3.8 million to be replaced in fire apparatus. Again, this is something that the cost is increasing very significantly for fire apparatus. So it would take 1% per year for the 5 years to fund all of that replacement within the 5-year plan that is on the table right now. If we don't do that, then we'll have to consider borrowing or using the capital reserve or some other means of funding that. Sorry, $2.6 million of apparatus replacement is required within the 5-year financial plan. What I would suggest, though, is that once that's in place, that gets us through the 5 years. In 2030, we could revisit that again. And I think we would have enough underway in the base level of the property taxes that there wouldn't need to be that kind of compounding increase in property taxes.
Haven't we in the past, if I may, Jetta, funded these with grants like the fire apparatus and so forth? They're now, the gas tax is applicable for it. Haven't we funded a lot of our pieces of equipment when they come up? Because we know when they're going to come up, because I know it says We know we got a major pumper truck coming up and so forth, and they're 2 million. Have
No,
we
that-
funded by something, or
Not that I'm aware of.
how did
There's
we
been-
fund it before?
It just came out of property taxes. Yeah. There weren't grants that were available for apparatus.
No?
Yeah.
No.
If I may, there's been some recent changes that will make, so fire is more eligible. Fire halls and apparatus are eligible for things now.
Yes.
We also will have the DCC option. And that has to be for capital, not for operating. So I think that will assist in the longer term. That's a new DCC pot that we didn't have until this year.
Just now, yes. And that's what I was thinking, in between the gas tax and the DCCs, that we're gonna make them pay, man. So they're gonna pay for this fire apparatus. So
Well, I'm not sure we'll be able to collect DCCs in time for those replacements, right?
oh, yeah, I get it, but
Going forward, definitely it's going to be part of the funding formula, but within the 5-year plan, there's required replacements that will require funding from somewhere. It likely won't be DCCs, although maybe in the 5th year, we might have collected some that can go towards that. But
so didn't we fund the fire truck? So did we fund it? Did we fund it out of reserve?
yeah, no, I think it was just property taxes.
Because I knew when they're coming up, we all kind of rolled our eyes, and but then we
Yep.
made it go away. But what we did, we weren't faced costs like we have now.
If you recall, prior to introducing some of the kind of reserve initiatives, the kind of funding envelope, that sustainable infrastructure investment each year, there was kind of this rolling through the accumulated surplus, which essentially served as a bit of a reserves pot. And so I think in some of those scenarios, that was how that was financed.
Can we pay for some of this out of the reserve surplus? Can we not do this? Like, I know that you were suggesting at one time using a lot of those monies for the new fire hall addition, renovation, whatever they're asking for. Could we not use those same funds to fund major pieces of equipment?
Yes, is the short answer, assuming we're leaving enough in unrestricted reserves to fund capital and other things, because this is looking also at funding 70%, the city's share of it. So we want to make sure we're leaving sufficient unrestricted surplus to provide us with the cash flow that we need and working capital that we need. So I think we need to be careful when we're looking at unrestricted surplus on that. And certainly this amount could be adjusted, 1, if there were grant opportunities, and 2, if for whatever reason we do collect DCCs. That's a calculation that still needs to be worked out. And part of that DCC calculation is identifying the long-term replacements and there being projects for DCCs. They're only funding amounts that are related to growth though, and that's part of what we need to look at with our DCC study is what amount of that apparatus is related to growth in the community. It can't be just for a straight replacement for current service levels.
I'm not comfortable with this. I'm not comfortable with the 1%. Yeah, I maybe defer it to next year, but not for this year. I can't support it. I really feel that we should be tapping into more of the reserve surplus than what we have, that all of a sudden became available for the fire hall renovation. That came out of nowhere. But all of a sudden that money became available. I think we should, if it became available for that, I think it should be available for this. Yeah, I don't know. To me, we have a large amount of surplus that should be tapped.
So I would like for staff to kind of explore and give council other options other than this. Perhaps we can borrow from other reserves and put it back once we have through the DCC or whatever we have collected. So I would like us to explore other options other than property tax. I don't think operationally deferment might not be a good option. I would really like an input from the fire chief on this, but definitely not property tax at this time is my vote. Thank you.
I'm just, just trying to make sure I'll get all the questions answered. Anybody got any questions? We don't have anything on the floor. Is anybody want to put a motion through for it or against it? Or okay, is that a motion you're saying? Okay, right. And second by Councillor Beal. Okay. And that's fair, like explore anyways to what other possible funding chains that can come from.
Yep, absolutely. This was a request to bring this specifically back, so certainly we can go back to the table and see.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Yep.
Any further questions?
So if
To be funding other than to create a reserve fund out of surplus, Jetta knows better than where all those buckets are.
So just to clarify, we won't hold up the creation of the financial plan for that. That'll be something that'll come later. For now, there isn't a replacement in 2025. So this does have the opportunity to be deferred until later. Whether or not we have something for you for the amended financial plan, I'm not sure. But what I wanted to bring forward right now was it gives us this year to put towards it if council was supportive of that. I wanted to get it started as soon as possible. So I just want to be clear that we'll proceed without this and prepare the 3 readings bylaw for the December meeting.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, all those in favor? Thank you. Carries unanimous. Thanks, Jenna.
Okay, we're down to the last slide here. If you recall, there was a request from staff with respect to a park storage building, and this was really coming from kind of an asset protection and health and safety lens. What we have out at the yard is kind of fallen apart and in a few different places. So this could be funded from the capital reserve. The estimated cost is $250,000 with a rough estimate of $1,000 of operating costs each year, which would be ongoing maintenance, electrical, that sort of thing. And then in terms of the longer term replacement of this would be about $6,200 per year put towards a 40-year replacement on that building. So that's what those amounts are: $250,000 of capital cost, $1,000 of maintenance, and then $6,250 of annual replacement cost.
Turns into a 0.01% property tax
Right.
increase. 0.01.
There would be a little bump in 2026 once we started to put aside, but that's this year's for 2025.
Thank you, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move the motion that we approve this recommendation.
That you which? Approve?
That we are approving this recommendation.
I thought you said defer this.
No, not defer. To
Approve.
me, this is cost of doing business, and if this is the building that I'm thinking of that has like the rats in it or
I
whatever,
know.
then
I've seen it.
yeah.
Exactly. That's seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor?
Yes. Oh, yes, yes.
It could be dinner. I know.
Okay, the last item is really just to provide an update to council on this. If you recall, the motion from council was for staff to proceed with getting a Class B estimate, assuming it was within the funds that were remaining in that land sale reserve budget amount in the financial plan. And if you recall, I was confused with respect to the amount. So I wanted to confirm that there was originally $300,000 for order of magnitude, detail design, and the early stages of planning for the upgrade. And so that would leave $245,000 because $55,000 was spent already with respect to the consultant that we engaged to provide order of magnitude. So we have put out a request just to get a cost estimate right now on what it will be to prepare the Class B estimate. So those two things are in process and we'll be able to report back on that. So just so you know that is moving ahead, but we don't have an estimate of what it will cost to prepare the Class B estimate yet. So that's that. There's no motion required here. I just wanted to provide that further information given my confusion at the last meeting on that.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not comfortable with this, I gotta say. So I'm not comfortable with this whole fire hall upgrade as it is, pulling out of reserves and all the other pots of money that we have. I would prefer if we actually had the fire chief prepare a construction estimate of what he actually wants and to take it to a Class B estimate, what he actually wants, and in preparation for going to referendum and the election in 2026 and let the public decide. To me, the estimate at 11 million is so low, and it's not going to get us what we're that the chief actually is going to need, and I think it doesn't reflect current prices. I think in transparency to try and fund this with all the reserves we have, I don't support that, quite frankly. I think because of the one of two things is that this was not on our strategic plan. So I don't feel that it should be up to this council to actually find the money on this and to actually find the resources for the staff to look into this, because it's a big deal. It was like, I remember when we looked at having a swimming pool, it was a big deal and it took a lot of staff time. And it came out at the end, it was too much money. And I feel bad for that because I think we wasted a lot of money. And that was my choice, Councillor Francis too, to actually go that way. So, and I'm already saying that I think what we need to prepare for the future, and when we have more like paid firefighters sleeping over at the fire hall, it's going to be far more. But that's what we have to come up with. And I think that that's the question that we have to come up above. We come up to the public to go on a borrowing bylaw or a borrowing referendum, and to get what exactly we need planning for the future. And I think that that's the right, in transparency, that's the right way to do it. I'm not liking this kind of like, well, it should be this and it should be that, and we should do this. It wasn't in our mandate, quite honestly. This wasn't identified as like, you know, by the way, you know, you should be including this, you know, like the other things that we did put into our strategic plan. This is taking away from it, is all I'm saying. And I think it's good for as far as the staff and so forth is, it's huge. It's a huge amount of work. But to like whatever we have to do to dedicate funding to take it to that level, I'd be, you know, to take it to referendum. But tie the referendum in with the next election, and that way the public will decide.
What I would suggest, though, is that the strategic plan of various councils doesn't provide for the critical infrastructure replacement of critical services. So your strategic plan also didn't include road replacement or water infrastructure. This has been in the financial plan of the city for at least 15 years. So it isn't something that would typically land on the strategic plan unless it was a really different concept. For example, some fire stations are putting social housing above them and things like that. I think that might be something that comes from a strategic plan, but this has been in the 5-year financial plan for 15 years. Like there's been a long-term planning for this replacement, knowing it was coming due. So I don't think that would be something that the strategic plan would necessarily identify, unlike like water or sewer or roads infrastructure either.
Question the critical need.
Okay, well, I think what happened with the recent process that we had the consultant, they did a needs assessment based on current service levels and planned service levels, i.e. we have fewer volunteers, so we need more career staff. Well, then we need dorm space. So this renovation addresses at least a couple decades per the fire chief of meeting those needs. It also meets the needs of what's in the current financial plan, i.e. the addition of 2 more career staff in 2027 and then again in 2029. So if we don't move forward with this, then it also changes the financial plan, because we wouldn't continue to be able to provide that level of service without the facility that supports the 24-hour shifts and the dorm space and addressing some of the health and safety items. So I think what the process we went through in the last year was really to drill down on those needs, and the renovation addresses the needs. Like it's not addressing the nice to haves that would be neat in a new fire hall or things like that. So that was the report of the consultant doing the needs assessment in the context of decreasing volunteer hours, increasing need for service, growth in the community. So that's the report that was provided by the consultant with some alternatives. Yeah.
I beg to differ. I saw that report as well, the Collier's report, and there was a lot of nice to haves as well. It was like I saw new workout room, I saw new kitchen facilities, and I saw a lot of nice to haves. And I just have to go back. I've gone on lots of tours of the fire hall. It's working. It's not what Mark wanted. I get that, and I hear it regularly from him. But at the same time, I think that in transparency, I think it should go to the public. It should go to a borrowing and referendum. And
well, and it's certainly at council's discretion. It's working right now. And if we pull back on those other improvements that are included in the financial plan, then perhaps it could continue to work. But I think in order to continue to provide this level of service, we need to be planning for offsetting those volunteer hours. We need to be planning for some of the health and safety items that are required. And I think, you know, with all due respect, the transparency comes from the discussion that we're having at the financial plan, and it has been in the financial plan all the way along. And so there's transparency if folks want to go look at that. Certainly the items that I raised that could come from reserves and unrestricted surplus, the amounts that were in unrestricted were specifically given for the fire department. They weren't credited to that.
Yes.
The general capital reserve contribution, when that 0.5% was brought in, it was to fund critical infrastructure. And so whether that's roads or fire, that is where it becomes at the discretion of council. But I don't think, you know, to say that wasn't transparent, I think it was perfectly transparent. That was introduced to our public at the time that the reserves were made, to say this is a general infrastructure for replacement of critical infrastructure, and fire service is one of those. So again, completely at the discretion of council. We just need to understand if this isn't moving ahead, then there's other changes that need to be made to the 5-year financial plan, because we can't have those additions to career staff and 24-hour shifts and all of that that's been planned for years. As the community has changed, the fire chief has looked ahead to say, we're going to need 24-hour shifts because the community is getting to a size that there's an expectation of that service level continuing. If we don't have volunteers, we need career staff. So I think the planning around this has been very fulsome, both on the capital and the operating side. But again, it's council's discretion to choose that service level and to choose how things are funded and all of that. It's our job to bring you that information with the recommendations for all of that, and to have these discussions in our financial plan discussions and elsewhere, so that the taxpayers, if they want to know, can know and provide that information.
And I'll comment too, that there's other municipalities that don't have career staff that are much larger than us, and they continue to operate with a volunteer staff as well.
Yep.
And they haven't gone to the career staff. And they exist out there. Somebody contacted me already and said, oh, this is far bigger than Parksville. We're still a volunteer staff.
Yeah, and if they have the access to volunteers, absolutely.
Right.
We know that that's the most cost-effective way, is to have a composite model fire department. And certainly it's the fire chief's plan and hope that that will continue for a long time still. But I think what we're seeing in many other island municipalities, especially as the cost of housing goes up, that mix of the composite needs to be offset by a little bit more career, because it's difficult to find the volunteers, just because of costs of housing, cost of everything, that people don't have that time to commit. Because it is a heavy commitment as a volunteer, for sure. And that's why I know council has supported some enhancements to the remuneration to our paid on-call staff, which has been fantastic, and I think has supported the retention of a lot of volunteers.
I don't question the need at all. Not at all. What I do think is it's going to cost a lot more, and that we should get used to the fact that this new fire hall is going to be closer in the $30 to $40 million price tag, at least, to take us over to the next 10 years, to plan ahead to be a properly designed hall. And with that much, then we're going to have to borrow the money. That's all I'm saying, is that don't give a half watch my terminology, measure here to get us a lesser product than what we actually need. I believe with our where we're growing, we need more than what the Collier's report assessed us at. And I believe we have to look at far further than that and borrow the money to do it. And but get it going now. But you know, and hopefully with the referendum being accepted, if it's sold properly as to what we actually need, I feel that that's the way we should go. But I think that it's going to be way more than what is thrown at us. And I don't want to have another one of these. Well, oh, we just need another 20 million. Well, where that's going to come from. Anyway, so it's just my opinion, Jenna, here.
Yep, no, that's all good.
I'm just one person at the table here. I won't support it as it is, but the thing is, there's 6 other people here.
And at this point, it's still coming back to council with that updated information. So
yeah.
Unless you want to make a different motion, that was really just to provide that updated information.
Councillor Beale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I may be confused. I often am. But the way I read this is still just to go ahead with the Class B estimate that's needed. And once that would come in, then we actually would have closer to a more accurate estimate for the full cost. And once we knew that, then we could also be looking at ahead to where the funds were going to come from, and if the decision at the time is to then go to referendum or what. So I'm not fully understanding, Mr. Mayor, how your comments at the beginning about asking the fire chief to say what he would like and then go to a Class B estimate. And here we have a request for a Class B estimate, but truly I may have totally missed something here. So if you can help me out with that.
Yeah, my reasoning on that, Councillor Beale, was the fact is it was a Class B estimate for the level of fire hall that they were asking at the time. And I don't agree with that. I think we should, it's more, we need to plan more for what we're actually going to use in the next 10 years. And the costs that were associated, because they put a little bit of costing analysis, Colliers did a little bit of costing analysis. And I feel that we should be looking at a bigger and better, longer, effective fire hall than this. But if this is the start, if this is what you want to start with, then I'm okay with that. Yeah, but yeah, that's what.
Thank you, Mayor. And I definitely hear what you're saying. You know, if we look back at the add-on fire hall that we're dealing with, it was during an election year, and I don't think our current fire chief is that excited about how that all went down, and it would have rather had a full new fire hall that fit what we needed and what we need. And I think I hear you that, hey, you know, 11 million is not going to build what we're going to need, say, in the next 15 years or whatever it is, maybe even 10, 20 years. You know, the Nanaimo #1 fire hall, I think it was 20. You know, there's pools that are 90 or aquatic center. Where I'm torn with is that our fire chief is doing the job that we're asking him to do right now with the people that we have right now and the apparatus that we have right now. And this is what he is asking us to do for him right now, is to, you know, spend the $245,000 to get that Class B accurate estimate for what he thinks ticks the boxes for him for the next X number of years. And maybe that X number of years is not long enough in our view. But I'm kind of torn because he is saying that, you know, let's get a Class B estimate, and maybe it comes in at 20, and then we have to have another discussion. We're going to have another discussion about spending the money anyways. And so I feel it's incumbent on me to at least spend the money to get the Class B estimate, so we know what number we're actually talking about. And then a separate discussion is how long that number, that facility, will work for the city of Parksville. There's kind of two different questions there. But it sounds like our fire chief is saying, let's get the price for this And I think it will cover us for X number of years without going to that big jump, which could be 30 or 40 or whatever $1 million for the fire hall that probably all of us would, would love to see instead of add on. And so I definitely hear you on that. And so for me, I think that it is worth going for this Class B estimate. So at least we know what number we're going with. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. It is when that Class B estimate comes back with funding options. Like funding options, we can go to a borrowing referendum, or we can do this or that or that. So with that in mind, I guess what I objected for was more like pulling it out of here without going to borrowing. I feel that this qualifies as a good item to borrow from, especially at our tax rating. So anyways, sure. Council here, okay. Sale.
Thank you. I just had a suggestion, being mindful of time. We actually weren't suggesting that we need a decision on this item today. We have some information we need to bring back, and I think we could continue that discussion once we have more of that information available for council. We do have a closed meeting and we have a person waiting to present. And so I'm just wondering if council is okay with continuing to obtain that Class B. This was direction that we received within the current budget. So maybe if there isn't a change in direction required, we don't necessarily need a motion or a decision on what happens in the long term today, but we're proceeding to get that final cost information for council.
So don't we already have this resolution?
Yes.
So,
yeah, this is just
yeah.
an update that
Right.
we're moving ahead with that just
So
to
we
let
don't
council
need
know.
anything from council?
No,
Okay.
we don't need anything further. We've already got this in the budget.
So one last thing, I was just going to ask Marley if she could give us our cumulative analysis so that we know where we're left with today.
That'd be nice.
Based on the decisions council has made, today's decisions have a total of 1.66%. So added to the 5.3% that is in the core budget is a total of 6.96%.
So we're 7%.
So just to be clear, that's the amount that will go into this financial plan, and will come to council for 3 readings in December. When we actually set the property tax rates though in March, this number may be different depending on where the roll lands and whatever other new information, including carry forwards that may come forward that offset costs and such. So this is our kind of preliminary number that we're working with. But this isn't the final property tax setting rate.
It's preliminary.
Right.
Yes, that's right.
So just the
better
kind of
than a
early
suggestion.
approval of the financial plan is really to get approval on the costs that need to get started early in the year and things like that. So I appreciate council's diligence in moving through this at an early stage this year. And I think our staff will be very grateful to have that start in January and have a full 12 months to implement the programs that you've indicated in the financial plan. So often when we don't approve it till May, they're really left with a tight window. So I think this really gives our staff a leg up next year, including in terms of getting ahead on our procurement when every other municipality is going out in May as well. So I'm hoping we'll see some benefits from that. So thank you. That's the end for today. And
Thanks, Jenna.
yeah, appreciate it.
That was easy. So we also have one more item here. We have a liaison report from Councillor Wood for FCM. Did you have something? Or
Sure, just very, very quickly, if I may.
Go for it.
Councillor Grenz and I are flying to Ottawa on December the 2nd, I believe, which is Monday. We're there until maybe the Friday at no cost to the city of Parksville. We are using the UBCM Small Communities Fund for that travel and accommodation. We will be there advocating for FCM Advocacy Days, where you have meetings with MPs. We're all kind of given different assignments and a bunch of different meetings. And as you mentioned earlier in this meeting, the general tone, of course, is that local governments are struggling to pay for the things that they're responsible for, especially infrastructure. And FCM is pushing a better growth framework so that municipalities have, local governments have a bit more money to use on what we're told to do. So I just wanted to mention that'll be going on, and Councillor Grenz and I will be working our hardest to kind of keep pushing that ball forward with the federal government. Thanks.
Good. We're looking forward to an update when you get back, Councillor Wood. Thank you for that. You appreciate your advocacy. It's certainly needed at this time. Thank you for that. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation that pursuant to section 91C of the Community Charter, Council proceed to a closed meeting, consider items relating to labor? Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Garth. All those in favor? All those opposed? No vote. He's in favor. So that's unanimous. We are now going